Wednesday, October 16th, 2019, 8 a.m. We start today with invocation. We have Commissioner Jewett.
I'd like to welcome Brian Harsey from Good News Media, WLJN, to do our invocation this morning.
Good morning.
Let's pray together. Thank you. Father, we are gathered here this morning with a reminder of your gift to us, responsibility to us to pray for those in authority and leadership over us. And Lord, this morning we gather here praying for these commissioners, those that have been elected and selected, those that have been appointed, those who are representing different aspects of the government through this meeting, and those services to our community. God, we all need wisdom, and we have to start out each day asking you for that wisdom. So this morning, Father, for Commissioner Henschel, Commissioner Klaus, Commissioner Kafia, Commissioner Hunley, Commissioner Jewett, Commissioner LaPointe, Commissioner Wheelock, and all others that are gathered here this morning to hear, process information. I pray, Father, for clarity of thought, understanding, discernment, wisdom, insight, as only you can give. God, we thank you for the freedom that we have to meet together as a community in these types of sessions. We ask now your blessing on this time and direction through it. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can we have the roll call, please?
Hunley.
Here.
Jewett.
Here.
LaPointe.
Here.
Wheelock.
Yes, ma'am.
Henschel.
Here.
I show Klaus excused
Kafia just walked in.
and she's here. We're good.
Okay. Next is approval of minutes. We have the minutes of the October 2nd, 2019 regular meeting and the October 9th, 2019 study session. Any corrections or a motion to approve one or both?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the minutes of the October 2nd and the October 9th study sessions as provided.
Support.
Moved by Wheelock, supported by Jewett. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we are on to first public comment. Please read the rules.
Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners, which is required to be open to the public under the provisions of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board shall state his or her name and address. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time needed to answer commissioners' questions, if any. The chairperson shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chairperson may, at his or her discretion, allow additional opportunity or time to speak if determined germane and necessary to the discussion. Public comment will be solicited during the 2 public comment periods known in Rule 5.4 Order of Business. However, public comment may be received during the meeting when a specific agenda topic is scheduled for discussion by the board. Prior to the first public comment, the chairperson will indicate the topics on the agenda for which public comment will be accepted. Members of the public wishing to comment should raise their hand or pass a note to the clerk in order to be recognized and shall not address the board until called upon by the chairperson. Please be respectful and refrain from personal or political attacks.
Okay. Please, if you'd like to offer public comment, please step up to the podium. We'll look for a line up there. When that line's gone, we'll consider everybody's been heard. Good morning.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Monsour. Last name is spelled Monsour. I'm at 601 Birchwood Avenue in Traverse City. As a citizen and member of the Grand Traverse County community, I have serious concerns about my opportunities to speak and be heard by you, my elected officials. There are many legitimate and pressing issues to come before this body, and we as taxpayers have not only the right to be heard, but the obligation to contribute to the public discourse. However, opportunities to discuss issues of concern that we individually or collectively may wish to address have been sharply curtailed by this elected body's decision to change the time of these meetings of the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners. For many years, the board met at a time that provided the residents with an opportunity to attend these meetings in the evening during the week. This more convenient time gives taxpayers, particularly those who work during the day, the opportunity to create a dialogue about issues and ask questions among other citizens, and importantly, you, the members of the board. Changing the time from an evening meeting to the current time of 8 a.m. creates a hardship, a significant roadblock to citizen participation. It effectively shuts out a large portion of your constituents. Families with small and school-age children cannot participate in an 8 a.m. morning meeting, nor can men and women with jobs and careers. The meeting time does not create a culture of engagement between citizens and you, our elected officials, but rather limits the opportunity for constructive dialogue. This change in time to 8 a.m. seems contrary to a governing body that values citizen participation in the work of the elected members of the commission. Why would an elected body that should value and engage citizenry schedule an 8 a.m. meeting time which denies an opportunity for citizen participation?
Thank you, Margaret. Good morning.
Morning. Alan McCullough, 20359 Douglas Road. I'm here to speak on the invocation policy. As a citizen of the Grand Traverse area, I'm concerned about the policy as a possible deterrent of the board and public engagement. The policy states that the commissioners will be the persons who control those who will be allowed to give an invocation. The person allowed to give an invocation can be a commissioner, someone a commissioner specifically designates, or a member of the general public who the commission gives permission to speak. This all seems fair enough, but it should be emphasized that the current commission established the invocation where there wasn't one before, seeing fit to bestow this power on itself with minimal or no public input. The policy speaks of lending gravity to proceedings, reflecting on shared values, and encouraging civility and sound ethical decision-making. These are commendable things, but invocations of words and ideas so often intrude on moments and space where silence may be more effective and preferable. In the policy, there seems to be no criteria or process that explains why a commissioner may or may not allow someone to give an invocation or why some individual over another is chosen. Just simply that a commissioner may decide one way or another, and that's it. In the book of Matthew, Jesus advised his followers to avoid praying in public. He noted that some religious and community leaders would publicly display their piety by mixing prayer and politics. And he conceded that if that worked for them, so be it. But he held his followers in a less public, deferential standard. Prayer was to be between themselves and God alone and gain nothing by public esteem or record. The board ought to rescind this policy. If the board and others feel they need prayer for guidance and work, then they might do so privately and then come here to work and advocate for the public good. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gretchen Iorio, 520 North Elmwood. As a citizen and member of the Grand Traverse County community, I have serious concerns about my opportunities to speak and be heard by you, my elected officials. By a 4-3 vote, you passed a resolution in support of a Line 5 tunnel. In spite of an overflow room full of people speaking against this resolution, you did not listen and you passed it anyway. At the last airport governance meeting on September the 24th, Kevin Klein filled the room with business people advocating for the tourist industry. All of them talked about Lake Michigan and Pure Michigan as the driver of the tourism industry. Not one of them voiced support for the tunnel for Line 5. Two of our county board members sit on that governance board and heard their comments about tourism. These business people recognize the importance of keeping our lake from being polluted with Enbridge oil. You need to listen to them. It is impossible to reconcile your tunnel resolution supporting an old, aging, vulnerable, foreign-owned pipeline that does nothing for our local economy with the notion that tourism and our clean water is the basis of our local economy. Your tunnel resolution runs contrary to the current ethics policy. You failed to follow rule number 22 in the policy, which states that an elected official shall not use his or her position to represent your personal opinions as those of the county. You had no right to place the county seal of approval on your personal view. It is time you listen to the people and rescind the Line 5 tunnel resolution. Why would an elected body that should value and engage citizenry pass a tunnel resolution that is clearly not in the best interest of your constituents? Thank you.
Gretchen. Anybody else? Good morning.
Morning. Dave Nichols, 1044 Tart Trail Lane, Traverse City. As a citizen and member of Grand Traverse County, I have serious concerns about my opportunities to speak, to speak and be heard by you, my elected officials. As you know from our attendance and comments before the board, that the public wants you to assume responsibility for developing an ethics policy that applies to the board. However, you have shown a reluctance to take on this task. Instead, you have allowed the ad hoc committee to dissolve prior to finishing their work. There has been no presentation or discussion of the proposed ethics to the board as promised, although there have been some one-off comments. One commissioner ridiculed a financial disclosure clause, a part of a larger disclosure proposal that was never properly aired. And another commissioner suggested that there are more important matters to discuss than board ethics. Leadership for developing the Code of Ethics was instead offloaded to the administration, perhaps with the hope that it would get buried and forgotten with the rest of the employee handbook. There is also the problem of distorted representation of the county by the policy of having the chair determine the agenda for each meeting. This process undercuts the effectiveness of each county district to be uniformly represented. Why would an elected body that should value and engage citizenry not want to promulgate an ethics policy, a policy that would lay out the rules that protect decision-making from the influence of special interests? And why would they not want to give all constituents equal access to the apparatus of government? Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Anybody else this morning? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia McCullough. I live at 20359 Douglas Road, Interlaken. As a citizen and member of the Grand Traverse region, I have serious concerns about my opportunities to speak and be heard by the elected officials sitting presently on this board due to a limited amount of time of 3 minutes citizens have to put forward their case, opinion, or objections to policy and votes taken by this board, which then are usually scoffed at and ignored. An example is the vote taken by 4 members of this county board recently to not insist that sexual harassment training be mandated to be taken by elected officials in line with requirements made of ordinary county employees. While several of you have stated that you voluntarily have taken the training, that should, in your opinion, be enough. While we commend you for doing so, please be reminded that in future you may not be sitting on this board and that future elected officials, considering the lack of mandated language in the policy, may refuse to do so without penalty. Therefore, I ask the following question of the members of this board who object to being mandated to take sexual harassment training. Why would an elected body that should value and engage citizenry seek first to ignore their advice and opinion such that it would be in the best interest of the county and region, and ignore advice of its own civil counsel that doing so would protect the county from legal liability? As the policy is now rendered, it leaves the task of investigation of alleged ethics violation to the county administrator, an untenable arrangement since the county commission has direct firing power over the administrator. I strongly support your voting to accept mandated language that elected county officials take sexual harassment training. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Morning, Ted.
Good morning. My name is Ted Iorio. I stood here and listened to a litany of decisions, and there are more, regarding this board and the concern in the community regarding the lack of real input into the process, as well as a lack of transparency. And it bears repeating as I listen to the group. The 8 o'clock start time is outside the norm of what government bodies do in this area. There's no comparable starting time of 8 a.m. with any public entity around here. And more importantly, it denies an opportunity for people to come. I know I'm repeating things, but that is what the concern is out there in the community. The invocation, no input. You decided you were going to have an invocation as if you wanted to start a cultural war here. And the criteria for the invocation, we think your attorney should look at again, only permits the delegation by the commissioners as to who will give an invocation, thus denying people in the community that may want to give it will not have access. That's a violation. You can have an invocation policy, but it ought to be constitutional. You ought to at least ask your attorney to look at that, because I assume you want to follow the law. The chairman's agenda control, we don't know why that came to be. Where were the facts to justify that kind of a move? Why did you have to do that? And it puts on paper the fact that a commissioner can be denied on the agenda, which denies the representatives in the community. Harassment, the harassment policy. Maybe it's because I'm an old labor lawyer, but all the county employees here have to take the harassment policy, but the leadership doesn't. I mean, what kind of leadership is that? And why wouldn't you want to take it? I mean, your lawyer has given opinions in regard to that, why you should take it. The code of ethics. I've represented and negotiated hundreds of contracts in public and private sector with the language here is tame, and yet you reject it. So what is the public to think? And why wouldn't you do it? Line 5. No input except a crowded room here saying no, and you rejecting the objection. Done. And there is a Rule 22. And your attorney ought to look at it. You ought to talk to him because it's been raised before. You are not permitted to put your personal opinion and impose it as a county seal. And that's what you did. No facts. In fact, the facts that were given were inaccurate. So we would hope that you would move to a more democratic process and embrace participation and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Brenda Earl, and I live at 124 East 17th Street in Traverse City. I would like to offer you a note of caution. By refusing to adopt an adequate, enforceable standard ethics policy for yourselves, you give the unfortunate impression that you may be enriching yourselves through your elected office. This is the scuttlebutt that's going around the community, especially when you refuse to adopt such basic standards like recusing yourself when you have a potential conflict of interest. It has stirred up a lot of suspicions in the county, and it's just too bad, because I know that you work very hard, many hours, and you sit through, you sat through the 5 hours of comments, or however long that was. It seemed like 5 hours. So I know that you work very hard, and it just gives a really bad impression. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Carol Shukra, 1863 Caspian Lane. I am a constituent of Chairman Henschel's district, and as a Grand Traverse County Commissioners, as Grand Traverse County Commissioners, you spent a lot of time and effort setting goals of excellence. We were looking forward to our BOC truly working toward those goals. Those goals are intended to best serve citizens of our county. However, it seems as the months roll on, we spend an inordinate amount of time on items that do not focus on those goals. Citizens express concern, and we continue to ask questions about transparency and inclusiveness. We're left with unresolved issues instead of working toward those goals. A couple of examples. Why does BOC need to be reminded of the importance of openly sharing the ethics and the ad hoc committee's information and language that the committee unanimously requested GT Council to please research? And to further that, why was there no vote taken by the full BOC board membership regarding the body of work done by the ethics ad hoc committee, such as conflict of interest? I realize that the vote will probably be taken today, I hope, but why all the wrangling last meeting to get the vote even to happen at all? Grand Traverse City's citizens are astute and they are paying attention. The public wants our BOC to openly share important information and not tuck it in a place where it's difficult to even to find. Also, why is there hesitancy to mandate harassment, however you choose, class for Grand Traverse elected officials? At the nonprofit organization I worked for, anyone receiving a paycheck participated in sexual harassment training, or we saw the door, period. At the last meeting, a valid point was expressed by an attending citizen. It was Dave. It was one that I re-ask now. If indeed the Grand Traverse BOC is truly concerned about ethics, Dave's suggestion that you consider writing a resolution telling our state representative, Larry Inman, to step down. Consider how many votes have been taken in Lansing in which Grand Traverse was not even represented. How is that fair to us as citizens of the Grand Traverse County and beyond? We deserve to be represented at a state level. It seems such a resolution would make better sense than the BOC resolution supporting a foreign oil company with a tainted track record that can potentially cause chaos to our Great Lakes and our industries of tourism. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Carol. Good morning.
Good morning. Harold Lassers, 4678 Arthur Court in Acme. Mr. Chairman, I come to speak on the ethics item on the agenda today. Commissioners in this county are part-time. They cannot be expected to be without competing interest. It would simply not be practical. But having clear rules for disclosure of competing interests is in the best interest of the county. Ethics are not always simple. Having low-impact methods to investigate and attempt to resolve issues, short of lawsuits, is definitely in the best interest of the county. These rules, written by civil counsel, are not perfect. That would be an impossible standard. But they are useful. Please do not hypothetical perfect be the enemy of the good. I do not understand why it is what is so difficult or scary about the 2 pages written by the county attorney. These provide basic investigation procedure that can do little more than shine light on any issues. In the case of Board of Commissioners enforcement, it is simply letting some daylight in. Item 9 says folks should disclose their competing interests. Why isn't this an easy yes? The hard resistance taken makes one look for patterns. Have we had non-disclosure issues in the past? At least one recurring example is the potential sale of the pavilions. There is nothing improper about a commissioner having the view that the pavilions should be sold, or even being instrumental in facilitating an offer for the pavilions. But if the commissioner has a competing interest, that should be disclosed. This was an issue reported by the Record Eagle in October of 2017. It was an issue again shown in the February 6th packet this year on page 39. Again, a commissioner was instrumental in bringing forward an offer to sell the pavilions. This can be completely proper. But if there is a competing interest, it should be disclosed. And that is what the disclosure provisions proposed by council would say. We have at least one case where the disclosure clause written by civil counsel would seem to be an important and useful guide. Is this what is so scary about the 2 pages written by civil counsel? Or are there other issues that are even more scary? Should daylight really be this scary? Thank you.
Thanks, Harold. Good morning, Ann.
Ann Rogers, 1236 Peninsula Drive, county and city taxpayer. All over the world, people are protesting and striking to regain their democracy. And we are here to protect what little democracy we have left. You've heard a litany of all of the things from day one that you've done to keep people out of the process, to deny us our rights, and to not represent us. If you recall, the oath that is taken goes back to our Constitution of, by, and for the people, the demos, democracy. You're using my tax dollars against me when you vote the way you do. It's difficult to come here day after day. And now you're trying to make it even more difficult by making the parking impossible. That resolution on having all sorts of cautions or restrictions against parking is going to make people have to walk a half a mile in the dark, in the winter. You're going to punish everyone, people going to court, people coming for permits, people coming just for information won't be able to park close enough. That's our community. This is our building. I think you need to rethink this spurious regulation, and remember who you represent. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Morning, Dave.
Good morning, Mr. Henschel. How are you?
Very good. Bat and cleanup today.
A what?
It looked like you're bat and cleanup today. You're the last one.
Well, speak up, people. Yes, Dave Petro, 9988 Riley Road, Interlochen. Yeah, this is, I think Ann stole a lot of my thunder here, anyway. Sadly, this County Board of Commissioners of Grand Traverse is demonstrating once again that they really do not want to represent the tax-paying citizens of Grand Traverse County. They are creating even more hurdles to citizens who spend a lot of their personal time and energy to listen, learn, and speak up at government meetings. It is obvious we, the people, are considered an annoyance, and they are happy to ignore our insights, our suggestions, and pleas for help, be it about meeting times, agenda schedules, committee assignments, appointments, conflicts of interest, or destruction of our environment. Today, the new backroom deal is to shut us out of the government center parking lot by instituting permit-only parking. That means we, the people, better find somewhere else to park. Democracy and we, the people, be damned. The listed excuse under today's proposal states, and I quote, "Whereas, due to stresses placed on parking at the governmental center, the City of Traverse City and Grand Traverse County have decided to provide permit parking for employees," blah, blah, blah. Need we remind you, the stress you are referring to began with your January dictate that changed meeting times from evenings to 8 o'clock in the morning, which means an average of at least 24 more cars taking up parking spaces for every board meeting. Since the prohibitive meeting times haven't kept us away, forcing us to park blocks away might do the trick. Once again, this is not what democracy looks like. Actually, this is what despicable looks like. But then, you are following in the footsteps of Larry Inman, and you won't even consider supporting the state legislator's resolution asking for Representative Inman to resign. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, that looks like everybody. I'll move on to approval of the proposed agenda. Does anybody have any changes or a motion to approve? Commissioner LaPointe?
Yeah, one, I noticed in there's a document from the Michigan Township Association, Grand Traverse County Chapter, which is in the packet.
Which number?
It's missing from the approval. It should be under 4A.
I'm sorry, are you talking about the consent agenda?
No, yes, it has to be added to the consent agenda approvals,
Oh.
4A. It's not identified.
Okay, what page of the packet is that?
In 44, well, actually, page 46, Michigan Township Association, Grand Traverse County Chapter, there's a document in the packet.
Oh, it should be received and filed.
It should be put in receive and file under 4A.
Okay, so we
It
want
just needs to be identified.
Okay, you want to add that to the consent agenda?
Correct.
Okay.
Just to clarify, though, I think that relates to appointments to the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. That's why it's included.
It's just a supporting document to those appointments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're satisfied, Commissioner
Yep.
LaPointe? Okay. So we have motion to approve with no changes.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Kafia, supported by Jewett to approve as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have our agenda. Next is the consent calendar. Would you please read the rules?
The purpose of the consent calendar is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one commission motion without discussion. Any member of the commission, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent calendar be removed and placed elsewhere on the agenda for full discussion. Such requests will be automatically respected. If any item is not removed from the consent calendar, the action noted, receive and file, or approval is approved by a single commission action adopting the consent calendar. All information identified on the consent calendar can be viewed in its entirety at www.grandtraverse.org. A, receive. 1, Airport Commission minutes of August 20th, 2019 regular meeting. 2, Airport Commission minutes of September 13th, 2019 special meeting. 3, Airport Governance Advisory minutes of August 20th, 2019. 4, Expenditure report of over $5,000. 5, Road Commission monthly report. 6, Construction Code Board Appeals appointment. 7, Making a Difference third quarter. B, approvals. 1, vehicle replacement policy. 2, Commission on Aging addition of snow removal vendor contract. 3, Central Records clerical and records agreement. 4, appointments to Brownfield Redevelopment Authority and Board of Public Works. 5, September 2019 claims. 6, fiscal year 2019 budget amendments. 7, Boardman Lake Loop Construction Project Funding Agreement. 8, automated fleet fuel purchases.
Okay. Would any members of the board like to remove anything for discussion?
I would like to remove the Airport Governance Committee minutes.
Item A3 for Hundley. Commissioner Kafia?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, remove A5, the Road Commission Monthly Report, and A7, the Making a Difference Third Quarter.
Okay, anybody else? All right, any members of staff or the public? Okay, do we have a motion to approve with the exception of items A3, A5, and A7 under receive and file?
So move.
Support.
Moved by Wheelock, supported by Jewett. Roll call vote, please.
Hundley,
Yes.
Jewett,
Yes.
Lapointe,
Yes.
Wheelock,
Yes, ma'am.
Kofia,
Yes.
Henschel.
Yes. Motion carries. We're into item 7, special orders of business, public hearing and approval consideration for Pugsley redevelopment brownfield plan. Let staff introduce this, and then we'll hold a public hearing. We'll take public comment specific to this item.
Yeah, Commissioners, this is part of the former Pugsley facility redevelopment. A development agreement was reached between the State Land Bank Authority, the county, Fife Lake, and the other developer, which is Infastos, operating as North Bay Capital. Part of the development process involved pursuing brownfield. And so we have Mac McCullen, who is here. He is the county's advisor on developing the brownfield plan for this project. Also present today is Mark McKellar and Andy Smits. They are here representing North Bay Capital. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mac.
Thank you very much, Chris. Mac McClellan with Otwell Mobby, county's brownfield consultant and advisor here, working in cooperation with Infastos for this. Chris asked me for a 2-hour presentation, but I thought I'd put it back a little bit. So,
It'll still be too long.
It'll still be too long. I'm sure it will be. But yeah, the purpose for this agenda item is to hold a public hearing in accordance with Act 381, the State Brownfield Financing Act. And then there's a resolution for consideration for your approval, approving the brownfield plan. Just kind of a quick summary. I would like to kind of say this: brownfield isn't something that comes up all the time, but you know, there are economic development projects which have extraordinary costs, and those are eligible activities that affect the financial viability of a project. These costs can be reimbursed over time through the increase in tax revenues generated by the private investment on the project and reimbursed for those eligible activities. The capture is only on that eligible brownfield property, a little bit different from DDAs. It's not a zone or an area that captures taxes. It's specific to that qualifying brownfield property and is only for the length of time to pay off those certain eligible activities. After those eligible activities are reimbursed, the taxes go back to the taxing jurisdictions or return to the taxing jurisdictions. Importantly, schools are held harmless. There's no impact on the school funding formula activities. We are able to capture state taxes, and importantly, debt millages are not subject to capture as well. So the TCAPs and NMC debt millages still continue to gain revenues from these projects. And one important part about this, and one really good reason to pursue brownfield projects, is that we can capture state taxes as a result of that. And state taxes for non-homestead represent, especially in the township, a little bit lower taxes, represent close to 60% of the taxes. So this is almost like getting a 60% state grant over time to help an economic development project within the community. Just a brief summary, as Chris said, the county and North Bay Capital have a purchase agreement with the Michigan Land Bank Authority to acquire the camp. The county intends to utilize the existing gun range and expand, potential for expand that law enforcement facility on the eastern portion of the property, and North Bay Capital intends to use and redevelop existing buildings to manufacture component housing. The current ownership of the Michigan Land Bank Authority is a unique item in the Brownfield Act
Matt,
says any, I'm
can I
sorry.
pause you for just 1
Sure.
second and ask a quick question? Can you say
Absolutely.
what component housing? Can you just speak quickly a little bit more about what you mean by
Yeah,
component?
for a lack of a better term, it's housing that is constructed within a area, within a building. So the components are put together in a building and then shipped to the site. And
Like a
put on.
modular type
It's
thing,
comparable.
prefab?
Yep, a little bit higher level activity, but yes, comparable to.
Thank you.
They
doing
build all the
sections.
walls there and then set them up.
Okay,
on the
thank you.
site.
Yeah, my pleasure. And that's probably a bad explanation. I'm sure those guys have a better one. There's a unique quirk in the law that says any property that's owned or operated by a land bank authority is automatically qualifies under the blighted definition for eligible property. So this creates a unique opportunity because of that, because any property also owned by a land bank authority includes site preparation and infrastructure as eligible activities. That's not the case in other projects. Importantly, the brownfield plan has to be approved before the property transfers. So the land bank authority still has to own that property while the land bank is owned. And for this project, we limited the capture to 15 years. Capture can be up to 30 years, but the capture has been limited to 15 years in this case.
I just have a question on that.
Sure.
The layout is that if there's a $10 million investment and there's the TIF, that the $1.9 million will be recouped, recaptured. So you're saying that if the $1.9 million isn't hit in 15 years, the TIF is extinguished?
That's correct. The brownfield plan is still in place, but the capture is only authorized at this point in time for this plan to continue for 15 years.
And just the whole key on this is the $10 million investment, estimated investment, and all the numbers work if it's a $10 million investment.
That's correct.
And the value of the property and pays off $1.9 million. Is that, in order for this to go forward, is that investment guaranteed or is that a proposal at this point?
That's proposed investment.
And what happens if this thing goes forward and the money is spent to clean up both the environmental and non-environmental, and the deal falls through?
One of the great parts about brownfield is that risk is on the developer in those circumstances.
Okay.
There are some eligible activities for the county in this case, but the larger eligible activities will only be undertaken when there's development that's happening and going on, down the road a little bit.
So there's no risk to the county?
There is no risk to the county. There are some eligible activities that have been spent for the acquisition, and those may be at risk, but even once the property goes and transfers to a private party, there'll be increased taxes that will be available there. But I'll say very little risk to the county in that case. Did I answer that?
Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Great. So the eligible property, as we know, is the former Pugsley Correctional Facility. It's kind of been segmented into 4 or 5 areas. Phase 1 is the primary area of the camp itself. The gun range is directly north to that. The ponds are directly north as well. And then Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the private development are for the western portions of the property. And there's a development plan that's been prepared and approved by Fife Lake Township for both the property as well, including the gun range for that. So we have zoning approval through a planned development district. The public benefits for the project, and that's a finding that the board has to make, is really enhanced public services for the regional law enforcement agencies, reuse of a vacant, functionally obsolete property, not a lot of opportunities to reuse a correctional facility that's closed down, job creation and private investment, and we hope lower housing costs. It's a much more efficient way to build a house as opposed to field construction. The eligible activities that I mentioned, and in every community in the state, these are available in all the environmental activities to deal with any releases in soil and groundwater, including the due diligence activities to acquire the property, lead and asbestos abatement, and demolition. So those are available for any community in the state. For core communities, like the city of Traverse City, Cadillac, Petoskey, larger cities, as well as property owned by the land bank, site preparation is available in infrastructure. And those can be significant issues in projects as well. So this gains the benefit of those eligible activities for a non-core community in Fife Lake Township. I think there's information provided, but we have estimated the eligible activities for the project, approximately totaling $400,000 in environmental activities and approximately $1.5 million in non-environmental eligible activities for the project, based again on that investment. Just kind of graphic representation of kind of how brownfield TIF works is, obviously it's a public facility, zero taxes being paid, and if nothing happens to the site, if the project doesn't move forward, nothing will happen and no taxes will be generated. I mentioned that the TCAPS and NMC debt continues to go to those taxing jurisdictions based on those numbers. And then this kind of shows the allocation of local taxes that would be captured over that 15-year period. In addition, there is something for the Land Bank Authority called a tax reverted eligible property specific tax, which allows the Land Bank Authority to capture 50% of state and local taxes for a period of 5 years upon transfer. If that is applicable in this case, that capture would go to the Land Bank Authority for each of those transactions as well. The state tax capture, this kind of shows the state tax capture that would be coming to pay off those eligible activities. And as you can see, that's a significant benefit of state dollars coming back for a local economic development project. They also would capture 50% of those taxes as well. After that time period, those taxes all go back to the local and state jurisdictions. So yes.
Does the, could the tax capture be renewed without the consent of this board?
No.
Okay.
Any amendments to that would require an approval by the Brownfield Authority, by the county board, and with the concurrence of Fife Lake Township.
Okay, thanks. So it's not like TIF 97.
I had an idea what your question was there. Okay. Yep. So there are significant benefits to these investments here of tax capture dollars that may not otherwise be realized to gain the future benefits for those. So, what we've put together today is a traditional brownfield plan that needs to be passed before the transfer of the property and qualifies for site preparation and infrastructure. North Bay Capital, in conjunction and partnership with the County and Brownfield Authority, are interested in pursuing a transformational brownfield plan, and that was a topic of a TIC article a bit ago. But there are some opportunities, and this is all additional state funding, to focus on projects that have a transformational impact on the community. And so that's kind of a separate process. We passed this traditional plan now. That transformational plan would also need to come back to the County Brownfield Authority, County Board, and Fife Lake Township. But there's an interest in pursuing that opportunity. It allows for capture of state sales tax, state income tax, and other sources of revenue to help advance the project as well, and provides for vertical construction. So maybe a tremendous opportunity. And we're working with the state. If the state approves that concept, as I mentioned, an amendment to the brownfield plan will come back to you for consideration. So the schedule of the project was first introduced to the Brownfield Authority in August. The Brownfield Authority approved it in September. End of September, we're here for the public hearing and the Brownfield Plan approval, and then the Brownfield Plan concurrence with Fife Lake Township. They're working through a couple of issues and want to make certain that those issues are addressed before they provide that concurrence. So we hope to have that concurrence by prior to October 31st in the closing date. So our request for you ultimately is to approve the resolution to adopt the brownfield plan for the public redevelopment. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mac, one thing that, is always a misconception with brownfield plans, I think, with the public, is they believe that we're taking county taxpayer dollars and giving them to developers to redevelop these properties. But the fact is that the developer has to pay the bill, and then once we start recovering tax money because of that new development, they get reimbursed. I think there's a huge misconception out there that when we talk about brownfield dollars, people think that we're just giving money away to these developers, but we're not. They have to spend the money up front, and then as we start to recover tax money back, those eligible activities only can be reimbursed for. If he spends $10 million, then it's going to take 15 years to recoup that portion. That's a lot of money. you know, but it's his money, not ours.
That's
And
good
it's not the
clarif-
taxpayers.
That's good clarification, Commissioner LaPointe. All of the risk is on the developer to both expend the dollars and to develop the project in order to receive reimbursement.
Commissioner LaPointe?
Yeah, just a couple things. Just following up on that again, from a timing standpoint, I understand, I think it's a great project. I mean, there's zero revenue coming in for the county and the community, et cetera, so this is very good use of the Brownfield Fund. But just one thing to clear, you got a piece of property and it needs $1.9 million worth of work to get it ready for construction or whatever they're going to use it for. So that's going to be done before any development takes place. And from a time, again, if the developer hasn't committed the funds and he backs out of it after the work is done, who's left holding the bag?
No one, because no expenses have been made in this case.
No, if you go through, if Brownfield, coming from the Brownfield Fund, spends $1.9 million to reclaim the property.
Yeah, the Brownfield Fund doesn't pay anything. The developers would pay the $1.9 million.
Okay, they pay the $1.9 million.
The county has some upfront. So that's part of the private financing package. And typically, those will be in place as part of that whole package for, you know, and it's a little bit more phased than that. There's a couple million and a couple million and a couple million to add up to that $10 million. But as part of that financing package, they need to do these activities in order to secure the full financing package. And so there's no upfront outlay of dollars in this case. And so there's no risk. If the project falls apart, you've just paid my exorbitant consulting fees and the process for acquiring the property for the county, which probably wanted to do anyway.
Okay. And one other question. I noticed on page 109, you list the various entities that, the various millage rates that are going to be affected and they'll be captured. For Grand Traverse County, you mentioned veterans, roads, seniors. Commission on Aging, are they going to be affected by this?
Yes, all the ad valorem taxes are captured.
Okay, they just weren't listed on here. I thought maybe they were exempt.
I think they might be, is there an aging line there?
No.
Okay. No. My mistake.
Okay. Animal control also should be thrown in there. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hundley next.
Like Commissioner LaPointe said, it seems like a great use of the fund, great opportunity to improve that site for the community. My biggest question centers around, you know, conflicts and just making sure, probing that there aren't any conflicts. So to the extent that, like you say, there's no state funds up front, but ultimately there is a tax benefit that is flowing through to North Bay Capital and Festos to a private party, and I just wanted to probe what we know or can know. North Bay Capital LLC, I understand, am I to understand that's 100% owned by Infestos, or is, you know, how are we to know if there are other parties in there that?
The question is much better answered by Infestos representatives who are here.
Okay.
And willing to speak at the public hearing if you like, so when you're done with me.
Okay, so that's a question that I'd like to have answered. So.
Commissioner Kafia.
And I think these questions are probably best answered by the company as well. I'm particularly interested in on page 89, the reference, sort of the second paragraph down at 1.1. The estimated total private investment is anticipated at approximately $10 million. Next sentence, the development is anticipated to provide between 25 and 35 jobs as part of the commercial/industrial component. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that side of things, the actual jobs generated for that community, and estimated versus anticipated versus, like, is there a commitment? And also, what kinds of pay range are we talking about for these jobs? So I'd like to learn more about that.
So come up now, or then I can be available for questions.
Let's just bring them on up if they don't mind answering the questions directly.
I guess the one thing we have to remember is that this piece of property, we haven't collected taxes on for many, many, many years.
Completely understood. Yeah.
You know, the state has vacated some other prisons throughout the state that have laid fallow, for lack of a better term, for many, many years. The idea that this parcel of property was vacated by the state less than 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And we actually have a true redevelopment plan in place is very exciting to us.
Absolutely.
You know, and it should be exciting to us, and it should be exciting to the village of Fife Lake, and it should be exciting to this northern Michigan as a whole. I believe that, you know, based on the business plan that I've seen, you know, they're going to provide jobs, they're going to provide a product that is severely needed in our community. So, you know, the idea that we're reinvigorating a piece of property that we never got taxes on in the first place.
Right.
You know, we recently, and, you know, not that one has anything to the other, we recently, with Mac's help and some other people's help and some developers, we took the old Long Lake School and created a brownfield plan for that. And we have a company in there that's going gangbusters, and it's back on the tax roll, people. Grand Traverse County's deriving money. All of our entities, Long Lake Township's deriving money. And other than that, it would have been like a number of the other schools that have been vacated throughout this TCAP school system that are just sitting there fallow.
Absolutely.
You know, so brownfield plans have served this community very, very well, and we should be very proud of that. I think our brownfield successes are probably amongst the top in the state of Michigan, and maybe part of the top in the country.
I know that part of the county in particular took a hard hit when Pugsley had to close, and there were a lot of families who lost jobs. So I certainly appreciate Commissioner Wheelock's point. I just wanted to get more information.
Start with your name.
Mark McKellar.
And what you do.
I'm the attorney for North Bay Capital. We've been on this project since day one, 9 months ago, negotiating the purchase agreement, going through a complete revision and adding a new zoning district to Fife Lake Township, going through numerous public hearings, 2 different final site plan approvals to this date, 9 months later, 10 months later, at a record pace. And I just want to reiterate your staff's time, Max, Chris's, and the Sheriff's Department has been extraordinarily helpful in this process. So I want you guys to realize the efforts that they've put in, and Fife Lake has been as well. So I want to start with a few things. The component housing issue that came up a few moments ago. It is no different than a stick-built house except for not on site. Okay, so they build the houses to stick-built qualities, and they bring a wall in, and then you bring another wall in. So it's not a modular where you stick it together. It couldn't be a house by putting 2 halves together. This is each floor plan, each wall plan. Trusses come in separately. They're attached to a roofing plan. The advantage is, 1, better tolerances. 2, it's not exposed, sitting out on site in bundles, hopefully close the weather in a much shorter period of time. And ultimately, hopefully a reduction in cost, if not a reduction of increase in the quality, so the value of that home quality goes up. The investment issue related to ownership, I want to be very clear. North Bay Capital owns the property. Okay, and Fastus has same or similar investors, but not exactly, okay? They are somewhat related. One doesn't own the other. What needs to be clear is it's like this. North Bay is the landlord, and Fastus is probably the most important tenant, okay? There are numerous buildings, 10 or 12, that will ultimately be utilized by other tenants that are unrelated, okay? There's other tenants that we're hoping to bring in that we can't disclose because we're in middle of negotiations. They're completely unrelated to this type of manufacturing, this type of business. But there will be lumber resupply business there. Kingsley Lumber will have their commercial business there. So Kingsley Lumber out of Kingsley will come up and have a bunkhouse facility. They've already invested there. In fact, in Fastus at this point, I believe, has over $1 million of property and real and personal property investment during the lease period. So they've already made significant investments in the facility, cranes and equipment. So North Bay will be the landowner. This is supposed to be like a PUD in a sense. It's called the Planned Development Unit. There'll be multiple, it'll be a campus per se of differing commercial and business uses. And Infasys just is the number one to deal with, and the one we can, with predictability, tell you is likely and is going to go forward. The hope is others will come. That's how that investment increases over time, is kind of depends on what comes in the door. As that increases, we'll have greater investment in the property than we would have before. And that's what Brownfield's going to provide us, the ability to put more money into reinvestment in the property to allow more opportunities. And to your point, Commissioner Kofia, this is really important for the South County. Personally, I've been involved with DDA in Kingsley and in a lot of other aspects. We've been trying real hard to have the South County provide another jewel in the crown that isn't, you know, the city and attached communities. We want to see the ability to provide some economic development and growth. So jobs. Infasys will have somewhere between 25 and 35 jobs. A lot of it's automated, okay? That's the fact. But this is extraordinarily expensive equipment that they're purchasing. The software and IT to develop the programs, to have these buildings machined, manufactured, CNC'd, and applied. Those are going to be professional IT and professional service staff, R&D staff. Those are upper two or five-figure and six-figure jobs. The corporate offices for Infasys will be out there. So your corporate executives and your procurement and marketing teams will be all there. Again, those are professional, often jobs that are degree required. There also will be essentially labor and advanced, craftsman jobs related to those. There'll be transportation, okay? And so that's the Infasys part. Those are the ones we can absolutely tell you about. Oh, yes?
Mark, is that 25 to 35 additional jobs from what they already have, or total?
Right now, it's 25 to 35 facility jobs that will be transferring from their other locations all in one. Infasys can move all their operations essentially to one place. They expect it to grow. Those are not the ancillary jobs necessarily of transportation that might be not currently are more outsourced. Those would be in addition to that number at some point. But right now, it's 25 to 30 jobs that Infasys, not North Bay, but Infasys is bringing to the table.
But those are jobs, those are positions that are already been filled
Not
and they're
all of
being
them.
moved? What percentage of them are already, like, roughly even?
You
These
know,
are not new
I would
jobs,
say
is what
that
I'm hearing.
70% of the jobs already exist
Okay.
and they're transfers. I would say, and these are, I haven't had a chance to really press these numbers with the client lately. It's been a few months as we've been going through the process. I would suspect there's probably a 20 to 30% increase over time of what their current positions are. And in anticipation of this, and they've already moved out there, they did hire people that they didn't have before. So there already are existing jobs that are physically in Pugsley's facilities that weren't when we started this process. So it's a little bit of a variation. This is a big opportunity for the South County to take up a laboring oar on the economic development. And I want to make sure that that's important too, because it's not just jobs. High quality, intellectual property processes that are involved in a lot of these, although don't offer necessarily every job that we hope, it also provides investment in the property and increased tax revenue, which actually helps reduce the impact on the infrastructure those communities have, because there might be not 100 people working there, might be, let's say, 50. But the value to the municipalities and taxable jurisdictions can also increase because the taxes are the same or more as the investment increases in the land. So we're really looking forward to doing it, to having something that's never really happened. It's a prison. It doesn't have a whole lot of great uses other than a private prison. And there's a lot of things that have to go into it to make that the case. The state doesn't have to follow the same codes we do, so there's a lot of things that we have to upgrade. From housing 1,300 human beings to manufacturing and commercial business. So we're really looking forward to it. We're here for any questions. Andy Smits, who's been our environmental engineer and our laboring oar for the brownfield plan, is also here. So I'll yield for any more questions, and if not, we'll sit down.
I guess when I hear about this kind of a new way of making houses, I think of how automobiles are currently made downstate, And, you know, we've probably all seen footage of these factories where a chassis moves down the line and a robotic arm snaps a fender on it and it moves down and gets the next piece. That's basically the same concept we're doing with housing now, so that, you know, it's more streamlined, it's cheaper, better quality, more consistent. Is that pretty much what the plan is, or what the vision is?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, you know, I've had the opportunity to tour the existing sites and see how it's progressed even in the last 6 months. You have a bunk of OSB and 2x6s outside, and a plan comes in from an architect. It gets put into a design system by the IT team. They take that, and the system says, okay, this is a wall, we need this many 2x4s, we need this much dimensional length, we need this much dimensional boards, we need, you know, wind shearing patterns on the OSB, so we got to have it like, you know, cut like this so you have less waste. They go literally hand pick the wood. The wood comes in and they put it on this rolling machine, and some of them actually are pneumatic and float and hover, okay, across the platform. And they glue, nail, screw, cut, and develop a wall. And it gets a barcode, and it goes on a truck bed, okay? The next wall comes in, same thing. And at the end of the day, instead of a whole half of a house, you have it all stacked up and it's going out and then it's assembled on site. So yes, it is bringing, when it can be done like this, it's bringing probably a 50 or 60-year advancement in the building trades technology. And as long as it can be assembled properly and the foundations are all in line, you have very little adjustment that has to be made on site.
So do you have any, and it's kind of unrelated, but is there any figures on how much quicker it is to put up a house in this fashion versus the traditional stick built?
On the Ridge 45 project, Infasys did one of the buildings, and they did a stick-built version with another framing team. And I believe the framing time was closer to 22 days for stick-built, and I think it was 6 for this.
Wow.
So you have lead time. You got to prepare to make sure that's all ready. So it might take a similar amount of time from date of ordering it to on site. But when you're in November trying to close to weather, that's a huge difference.
Yeah, especially up here with our shortened build season.
That's correct.
And we talk about affordable housing. Unaffordable housing happens when there's more demand for houses than there are houses available, and the prices go up.
Yes.
This is something that battles against that trend to have more affordable housing in our communities. So.
Yeah, one house, for example, if you guys do get a chance on Bronson and Kingsley, Infasys donated their energies and resources with others to the Habitat for Humanity home right on Garfield and Bronson and Kingsley to build. And I drove by that, and I think they went from a foundation sill plate to boxed in and to weather within the week. And about a probably 1,200, 1,300 square foot home. It's a beautiful little home that the Habitat group has put together. And that was an Infasys project. So it's pretty neat to see it actually go up in place, not just conceptual.
Thanks.
Well, just to make clear, Infasnos is not constructing a whole entire house. They're just providing the rough end.
Right.
And everything, so, but it does speed up time.
Yes.
And you still need crews on site to put it up and everything, you know, so it's creating more jobs there too in that regards, but I just don't want people to be misconstrued thinking it's a whole entire house, you set it up and boom, you're done, you know, because it's.
That's right.
It's not sided, the windows aren't in, the doors aren't in and stuff,
It's
you know, it is tied
components,
back, it is watertight and stuff usually, but I think it's great, don't get me wrong, but I just didn't want people to have a misconception that it's a complete house.
Okay.
That's a good point, that's correct. You still have the trades finishing out the home.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Wheelock and then Hundley.
I think one other thing that we have to remember as part of this brownfield plan is the component that the Sheriff's Department and local law enforcement is going to have. You know, we understand the Infastos thing. I don't know, Chris, are you prepared to talk about the advantage to the community that the law enforcement component of this brownfield plan also includes?
Yeah, sure, I can speak to that, and I know Captain Clark is here, and he can speak to that as well.
I wasn't sure whether Chris was doing it or whether.
What this gives Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office is closer, potentially better training opportunities versus what they're doing now, which is having to travel to Grayling to do training at Camp Grayling. So instead of the hour there, hour back, and the fees and other costs associated with going to Grayling, Now it's local. Now it's a half-hour drive. And it's better training opportunities, not just for the sheriff's office, but other law enforcement agencies would like to partner with us and train there as well. So Captain Clark could probably give you better details on what they'll be doing out there.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. These are two separate resolutions, right? We've got the resolution specific to the Inthanos.
No.
They're two, I mean, I see two resolutions
No.
here.
It's a
Two motions.
brownfield plan, it includes all components of that plan, and that.
Right,
this
but
is
the
part of it.
packet has two separate resolutions, one doing with Pugsley Ponds and the other to do specifically with,
Could you
I
tell us
get that they're completely related.
What
but there
pages are you
two
looking
in
at so
here.
we can get clarification?
So the first, sorry, thank you
Oh,
for your
that's fine.
patience. Page 82 is the first resolution. And then let me scroll down and find the second one. I was just looking at it.
I see, on page 82, I see a suggested motion to approve the
Res-
resolution.
Yeah, resolution, and then,
The resolution
and
itself.
then if you look down to 110, there's a separate one that's contingent upon, right? The 20-acre area, and it's referencing the Pugsley, the gun range issue.
Well, no,
There are two separate resolutions, is what I'm saying.
there are two separate issues. The gun range, the currently existing gun range there, that is part of the brownfield, part of the overall redevelopment of the site. And then immediately north to that is what's called the Ponds area. It's the former wastewater site for the prison. That's still owned by the Land Bank Authority. And so there's the opportunity there to purchase that ponds area to do additional training, but there's training opportunities regardless of the ponds area. There's expanded training opportunities at the gun range site that Captain Clark can talk about.
So is that under this agenda item as well?
It's a separate agenda item. The ponds area is under should be under regular business.
It is.
What number is that?
9A.
Okay, under 9A.
It is.
Okay, so we will handle it under item 9A.
Chris Clark, Captain, Sheriff's Office. For example, the Sheriff's Office has never had a firearms range, so we would either go to Grayling to train, or we'd go to a range in Leelanau. With our overlapping shifts, an example is this week, we're able to take certain teams and they can go out and train for an hour. That wouldn't be possible if we didn't have that range down there. FBI uses the range, MDOC uses the range, MSP uses the range on occasion. So it's a very good benefit for local law enforcement as well. Any other questions?
I just wanted to make a note that the benefit to the sheriff's department and the gun range is part of the brownfield component. I understand the addition of the ponds area and the possible redevelopment of that area is a separate issue, but one of the key components, at least in my mind, for the brownfield plan is to secure a gun range locally for our sheriff's department and our local law enforcement. And I appreciate the efforts of the developer and the state for allowing us to do that. They didn't have to include us as part of this plan.
Okay, any other questions?
Two quick questions, although not for you, I think. You're all set, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
The first one, in the site plan, there's a rail spur, looks like it already exists apparently, and I was just curious, is the business model of Infestos, is this going to be where they actually take advantage of that and we're getting down to Chicago? Like how is this a regional business or?
So the spur is a concept. It's just drawn on there. The
Okay.
railroad is just south of Walton Road. It exists, and we would have to traverse some state land owned by the DNR, and negotiations are already in place. The point is to have, there's a potential company coming in, which would be a reload center distribution to lumber yards of huge bunks of rail wood. In addition, Infastus would use those, and so would Kingsley Lumber. So the idea is to centralize the distribution and intake of those utilizing a railroad spur. And again, we still have to go through DOT rail and land procurement to do that, but all efforts in that venture so far have been positive. As part of the plan for Fife Lake, they absolutely demanded that we lay out a plan. And so in anticipation, where are we going? The idea is if Emphasis and these other facilities build and we are meet the jobs criterion and the criterion necessary and the metrics in phase one, which I should have mentioned before we can buy phase two, we have to have met certain metrics, okay? And one of them is, kind of the need for that railroad spur. The transformational brownfield is kind of a huge part of that because part of that spur, if not most of it, could be paid for a lot by state funds. But it's a concept. The spur itself, though, is not existent at this time, but it's not an impossibility. It's a very serious option.
Cool. And then I'm inclined to go ahead and vote for this. It looks like a good plan. But I just wonder if people would be surprised to find out that I was a 50% owner in North Bay Capital. I would be surprised too, because I'm not. But I'm just calling attention to the fact that we're in a position to vote on a thing, and we've got LLCs that have private interests, and that's understandable in ordinary circumstances. But it puts us in a pretty difficult position as far as being able to ferret out conflicts of interest. If anybody on the board had an ownership in something like this, we would really have no way of knowing. Or if any other interests. So it's just something that I'm not comfortable with, and I'd like for us to figure that out. There's actually an agenda item later in the packet that kind of might speak to this. Anyway, so thank you for your patience, and it looks like a good plan.
It's a good point. I just wanted to ask our civil counsel, are we not obligated, if we have an interest in this, to recuse ourselves?
You're
Under
obligated
state
to
law?
disclose.
Okay.
I guess I'm not sure I understand your question fully. We do have the Code of Ethics policy that's currently enacted.
I'm talking about under state law, are elected officials not mandated to either recuse or disclose if they have a financial interest in something they're voting on?
If it's a contract between you and the county, that's when there's
Only,
the obligation.
okay. But if I had a contract with someone else, it's not, I'm not
Correct.
obligated, okay. Well, I don't, but.
And just if I could weigh in quickly on this, this was one of the pieces with the dissolution of the ethics ad hoc. One of the things that didn't make it out of that process that was actually unanimously supported by the three of us who were on that ad hoc was similar to many of the local townships and other counties actually building into our board agenda a requirement at every meeting. I believe East Bay Township has this and others. A requirement of disclosure, and that being a question that gets asked at every meeting, and every commissioner is sort of reminded to just think about that. And so I'm bringing it up later on the agenda anyway, but I take Commissioner Hundley's point, and I think that that's a practice I would love to see us take up what was discarded at the ethics ad hoc, because I think it's a smart idea.
Okay. Any more questions or comments on this project?
Is there any public comment during the public hearing?
Yep. Staff, anything to add before we open a public hearing?
No,
Okay.
I just want to say, likewise, it's been great working with the team, with Andy, Mark, the township officials, the state officials, Jim Tischler with the State Land Bank Authority, and I'm excited about seeing this project move forward.
Okay. All right, with that, we will open the public hearing at 9:19 a.m. And we will open public comment on this project only. This is not about any other agenda items at this time, so if you'd like to speak on this brownfield project, you may approach the podium. Knew we could count on you, Dave. I knew we could count on you.
Good morning again, Dave Petro, 9988 Riley Road, Interlochen. I'm in support of this too. I like to see this. It sounds like a good idea. But I also like to do a little bit of caution. I mean, Mr. LaPointe probably would relate to this too, because it's like when we're investing in things, or we're committed to, in this case, the tax exemption and, payback over so many years, things like that. I hope that this, or maybe or this project doesn't have any of those escape things that we have the dark store thing where people build a big Home Depot or something like that, and they get taxed as though it was an empty building that couldn't be used for anything else. I hope that that is not part of this. At this point, we're all planning on this being something that's an ongoing, factory where we build houses. And the other aspect of it is these financial things should also have some little bit of caution into in the near future, we expect the economy to collapse again. This is part of our capitalist system. And what does that do to our payback, both for North Bay and everybody else is part of this. So that should be, somebody should be putting some pencils in there, like they're putting a little graph, as time goes on, things are getting better, we're getting more money back, but things are going down. You can't sell a house and things like that. What happens when that happens, which will happen, so.
Thank you, Dave. Anybody else on this topic?
I just have a quick, basically, I was just wondering why, who are these investors? It seems to me that if we're investing, we know all the details of the project, but we don't, as a county, know who the people are that we're dealing with. And it just seems to me that would be, I don't want to bring up scary things, but are they local people from the county who are investing that we might know, who can determine whether or not we trust? Are they people from China? Are they, we don't know anything about the people who we are setting up this contract with. And I just think that it should be part of the discussion.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Did you get his name for the record?
It's Alan.
Okay.
I got it from previous.
All right.
Mark McKellar. I think it's a fair question, but I want to address this. This was an RFP to the state. It was a public document indicating who the investment company was. I will tell you the vast, vast majority of the people are not only in this very northern West Michigan region, but almost exclusively Michigan residents. So it's a very local project, but there are confidentialities and things you don't, I don't have authority to disclose, but the entity made a public application and through the state, and that was available. But yeah, it's a local investment. I mean, the vast, vast majority of it is local investment.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else?
Andy Switz, Peninsula Township resident. I support this project and look forward to the County Commissioner's serious consideration of the resolution today. Just wanted to add a couple things that to touch upon some of the subject matter that was discussed previously. This is transformational with respect to the building industry. There's another example project if you'd like to tour the area on Barlow Street, just north of the Secretary of State's office. On the east side of the road, there's a 3-building apartment complex, 3 stories. It was erected in the course of about a week and a half. It's to be shingled now, but imagine constructing a building inside a factory with millimeter tolerances and the savings that are achieved in waste reduction and energy efficiency by building it indoors and then cutting it with laser precision into pieces and then putting it on a trailer and then assembling it on site. There is a sufficiently complex R&D operation associated with this development. Scientists, engineers, technicians will be assembled at the site to try and figure out the next phase, which will include wall units that have windows in them, potentially wall units with electric and plumbing apparatus constructed within it. It's truly revolutionary, and I hope you support the development of this technology in our community.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing at 9:25 and bring it back to the board for any additional comments or questions or a motion to approve.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the brownfield plan between Grand Traverse County and the developer for the revigoration of Camp Pugsley.
Support.
Okay, moved by Wheelock, supported by, I'll give it to Kafia this time, it was a tie. All right, any further discussion? Do we need we don't need a roll call? No.
Yeah.
We do? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Jewett,
Yes.
Lapointe,
Yes.
Wheelock,
Yes, ma'am.
Kofia,
Yes.
Hundley,
Yes.
Henschel.
Yes. Motion carries. All right, we're going to take a short recess. We've been at it for 90 minutes now, and we'll be back shortly. Started in 1 minute. We're going to call back to order Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners meeting for Wednesday, October 16th. Just coming back from a recess. We are on items, let's see. Items removed from the consent calendar, item 8. We had 3 items removed. We'll take them in the order they appeared on the consent calendar. So on the agenda, item A3, Airport Governance Advisory Minutes of 8/2019, page 15 in the packet. Commissioner Hundley has the floor.
Hey, so thank you. This is an item that I know is coming down the pike, and I'd just like to be as educated as possible when at some point in the fairly near future a vote comes. From all I can see in the minutes of both the airport board as well as the airport advisory committee or governance advisory, there is pretty strong consensus that we need to move to an authority. And from the first time that it was proposed to us before we set up the advisory board, it seems like all I've heard is all of the good reasons, and what I'd like to, when the committee does finally come back with its report, I just ask that the report include a fair estimate of what we're giving up. It seems to me that from the little that I know, an authority could buy and sell property without approval of the community. I think that's right. The authority wouldn't be necessarily subject to the zoning of the township or the city. And who would be responsible for the hiring and firing of the airport director? Would it be the airport board? In which case the board is appointed by numerous other boards, and so it provides a big layer of a shield from accountability for whoever would be sitting in that director position. And those are just, they're a whole set of questions that once we do go that route, I'm pretty confident there's no going back. So whatever we're giving up, we need to know and make that conscious decision at that time. So I'm seeing this in the minutes that people have already had a poll. I just want that to be part of the report. What's the downside, and an honest appraisal of what the downside is, so we can weigh that, and if we choose the authority, so be it. Thank you.
Okay. So when that does come before our board, we'll have a complete discussion. We'll have public input on it. But I think something a lot of people are missing, and I don't think the media has picked up on this either, so I want to make this point very clear. Whether it's an authority or a commission is a very small piece compared to what is in the founding documentation as far as accountability. Mm-hmm. What does it take to dissolve it, whether it's a commission or an authority? What does it take to override a decision or recall an airport commissioner? These are the questions we need to be asking, and there's granted, it is a very important, the zoning piece. That is the only question that's kind of exclusive to an authority versus a commission is, who controls the zoning and the development and the direction it takes. The rest of it.
And liability.
Yeah, there's a liability question as well, yeah. So yeah, absolutely.
To your point, Mr. Chairman, I actually agree that it's critically important that we understand sort of some of the underlying foundations of our relationship with this public property, with the airport commission as it currently stands, and what can and cannot happen there now. And that feels like baseline before we as a body, and the airport lies within our county, make decisions about whether to, I'll use the term cede, further say an authority over that important piece of public property. I have actually been, in conversation with administration over the last several months, asking some of those questions, and I'm wondering if the board would be willing to instruct staff to get those answers. What does our current agreement say? What is the underlying authority that we have as the county? What are the limitations? And as we make negotiations going forward with the airport, what could we change about that we are making sure that we're looking out for not just the airport's best interest, which is important, very important, but also just the public. So I'm wondering if that's something that my colleagues would be willing to give staff that instruction so that when the airport governance ad hoc comes back with a recommendation about going to an authority, we have that underlying information already at our fingertips. And frankly, it's not provided to us by the consultant that was hired by the airport authority to talk to us about.
Current agreements, so much of it just wasn't addressed. What if we disagree? What if the counties don't agree? It's just not addressed. So that's another reason for bringing up this topic of governance, whether we stick with a commission or go with an authority.
Yep, and I know I've heard various things about what is or is not in that, admittedly very legalese document, but I'm looking for an assessment from staff saying, here's what we have, here are the agreements that we have, here's the authority that we currently have, so that we have that as an anchor to then make decisions on what to do next.
Okay, well.
So is that something that the board would be willing to instruct staff to work on?
I'll make the motion to instruct staff to collect questions from commissioners regarding the airport authority versus commission issue and bring back answers delivered to the entire board.
I'd support that.
Okay. Does that cover?
Can I make a friendly amendment that
Sure.
I'm also talking not only about the switch from commission to authority, but also our underlying legal rights to that property?
Do you mean currently? Or?
Yes, because I think we have to understand clearly what is currently in place before we can make decisions about what to do next. So both and.
Yeah, absolutely. So the motion
So
is
Sarah?
the motion is to instruct
Clear as
staff
mud?
to collect questions regarding the airport's current and possible future governance structures, and bring back answers to the entire board.
And if I could, is there a suggested timeline when you want that?
What's reasonable?
When is the governance ad hoc going to bring back a recommendation to move
don't know.
ahead?
We don't exactly know. They presented a timeline to us at our last meeting that said that the AGAC, the Governance Committee, will make a recommendation to the NRAC, the North, I don't know what it stands for.
The Airport
It's
Commission.
that thing, to suggest that we continue discussing and looking at an authority, not to we approve an authority. The NRAC is then going to forward that resolution to each county, and that is supposed to be occurring sometime in December. They want to have their timeline, says an issuance of an operating certificate at the end of 2020. So we have, what I see is we have some time here. I think the county should do their diligence between December and whenever. But if you would like us to have that information ahead of December,
To me, it has to be concurrent at the very least. We need to understand the current situation as we're being asked to factor in new information and make a fairly dramatic shift.
I actually spoke with Chet Janik yesterday. He's the administrator for Leelanau County, and said, should we have some type of a committee to do this? This basic concept, not just administration or a lawyer or an attorney, because we will have to have attorneys involved as well. But I would be willing to do whatever the board chooses.
Just keep in mind when we put time limits, this isn't the only thing they're working on.
Of course. But it's also
Next
a
Wednesday.
very important decision. It's also a very consequential decision we're going to be asked to make.
So,
There's a lot of information that will require attorneys' consultation. So, if you're gonna, if you want us to do it, I would recommend giving us at least 3 months.
Okay, well, December is 2.5. How about by January? If we know it's coming, that's 3 months. Is that
And
fair?
just understand what is coming. The only thing that is coming to this board is the NRAC's recommendation that we consider an authority. That's it. There's no obligation on behalf of this board or Leelanau County's board to make that move.
okay, so
January? By January. Is that okay?
beginning or end? It's 30 days, 31 days long. End of January?
End of January,
Okay.
sure.
All right, so let the motion reflect answers received, questions received this month answered by the end of January. Fair enough? So if you don't get your question in, they're not under obligation.
Absolutely.
They will try. I mean, they'll do their best. But I do recognize that this board met and we gave them a lot of goals, and it's kind of fluid. They got a whole lot on their plate. Okay, so there's motion on the floor. Does everyone understand the motion? Are we ready to vote? Any further discussion?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Do we need to receive and file the governance minutes before we take action on this motion?
It doesn't have to be before necessarily. We can do it right after.
Okay.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. And now we need to receive and file.
I move that we receive and file the Airport Governance Advisory Minutes of 8/2019.
Support.
Okay. Moved by Hundley, supported by Jewett. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We'll move on to our next item, which is the Road Commission Monthly Report. And Commissioner Kafia on page 18.
Good morning.
Welcome, Brad.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. I just, I was reading over the report on page, what is that? 18. And I noticed the first item was the East-West Corridor Study Recommended Solutions, and it references at the October 14th special meeting, the board will consider and possibly select the recommended solutions along the Hammond Road corridor. Also on the agenda is the review of locations of crossings over the Boardman River. And since that was a couple days ago, I wondered if you could just let this board and the public know kind of where things fell on October 24th special meeting.
It's in today's paper, right?
What's that?
That's
If,
what's in
for
today's
those of us
paper?
who haven't
Yeah.
had time
I
to
know.
read today's
We get up
paper, or
early.
I'd still rather
Mon-
first source.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Monday night, we did meet. We discussed the crossing potentials for the Boardman River. And we took the recommendations from our consultants that it be one of the three crossings, either Hammond directly across to Hartman, Hammond taking a down-south approach and coming out somewhere in the Silver Pines area. And the third one would be a Cass Road extension, taking it out to 31. So we looked at all three of those. The board went through a lot of technical information with it as far as the requirements to have the studies done to select these. We are not selecting it. We are waiting for it to go through the process. It's a environmental impact statement that follows all the requirements of the National Environmental Protection Act. And then after that, when they decide that the best potential route is wherever, that is what we will then move forward on at that point to select a type, a size, and the specific location of where the bridge would be placed. And that would then be going across the Boardman at one of any number of potential locations. Because right now, it's up to an environmental group to really determine what the best solution is, and then it will need to be addressed with the board at that point. It is a long study. The minimum is probably 2 years for this study to be done. It's going to be an expensive study, so the board approved the staff to negotiate with the previous consultant that was selected. They were selected for all 4 phases of the project originally, but we did not have a specific price. So we are negotiating with them, and if we cannot come to a successful agreement, we will begin a new selection process for a consultant. We also then moved on beyond that, and we said we would talk about the Hammond Road out to Keystone and down through River Road. We agreed, and they agreed to allow us to enter into a contract with a consultant to help us design the roundabouts. So we have 5 roundabouts that will be built as part of this project over the course of the next 6 to 7 years. They will be most likely at the intersection of 4 Mile, 3 Mile, Garfield, Cass, and River Road on Keystone. So the bridge, when it does go into effect, if it crosses at off of the extension of Hammond, at that point there may be a roundabout place there, but that is totally dependent upon where the bridge ends up. But right now, to try and do it, just the landscape around it is prohibitive for us to take it into account as far as a roundabout if it were going to be done.
And we also were given approval by the board to make the entire Hammond corridor from Keystone to 4 Mile to be a consistent width. So through 3 Mile, it'll be 5 lanes consistently instead of the wobble that we currently have where it goes to 5, it comes back to 4, it goes to 5. We'll go to a consistent 5, and then after we pass 3 Mile, there is a drive that the schools use for their buses, just past the Olsons. At that point, we will then narrow it down to 3 lanes, taking it to 4 Mile on a 3-lane. Right now, all of the roundabouts are either a conventional 1-lane roundabout or a mostly conventional 2-lane roundabout. So you would be looking at 4 Mile, Cass, and River being 1 lanes, and 30 Mile and Garfield being a 2-lane roundabout to address those 5 lanes of traffic coming into it.
Thank you. And just to be clear, the environmental impact study is on all 3 of the crossing options, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to set what our anticipated area is, and then they will tell us where it is environmentally acceptable to do it, and they will then provide all of the detailed information. After about a year, they will present to us what their current recommendation is, and then we'll do the deeper dive into the actual where do pillars go, where does the bridge actually start, where does any drainage have to be addressed, and if there is any impact to any wetlands or anything, how do we mitigate that?
Thank you.
Commissioner Wheelock?
I have 2 pieces. One, when the Cass Road Bridge was being built, I contended that we should have been making it 4 lanes and be done with it. The environmental impact study had already been done. We had the engineering pretty much in place. Maybe we can look at just building another bridge exactly like the one that's there and have 2 lanes going east, 2 lanes going west, and save ourselves a lot of headaches and money and design and everything else. But the other thing that I wanted to ask about in your report is the Stadium Drive project.
Me too.
Because the Board of Commissioners reviewed the brownfield plan that involved, the reconstruction and extension of Stadium Drive, but I see, according to these minutes, that the Road Commission did not approve that. You want to speak
Yes,
to that?
the original, they did approve the original when there was the reimbursement that would be coming back for the construction of that over the life of the brownfield tax collection. But with the front property that has a pretty deep valley, they've had no interest in anybody purchasing at this point. And even if they do, some of the people that have come in to potentially place an offer on it are potentially nonprofit or tax exempt, which means there would be no tax reimbursement to the Road Commission. So at this point, the Road Commission feels that if there's no reimbursement for the construction, there's no way we can justify spending $500,000 on a road with no reimbursement for the construction.
I was just a little confused because, and I know one of the nonprofits that's involved in trying to look at, possibly redeveloping that back third of that piece of property. But I understand that they won't be paying taxes, therefore there's no capture.
Okay, Commissioner Jewett?
No, my question pertained to Stadium Drive there too, and pretty well got answered, so.
Okay, Commissioner LaPointe?
Okay, I've lived here now for the last 15 years, and the Hartman-Hammond crossover, I have to admit, I'm not aware of all of the background on that. I know it's been a big issue, and there's been studies done, et cetera, et cetera. The concern I have as a taxpayer is I've seen studies take place, and they cost a lot of money, and nothing happens with them. The concern I would have is that you go forward, a 2-year environmental study is going to cost
Somewhere between $1 and $2 million.
between $1 and $2 million. What assurance do you give to the folks that are funding that something will actually happen? Because Administrations in Lansing change, rules change, different groups come forward and oppose anything you come up with.
Sure.
What's the risk that here we go again with another plan? And
The NEPA process that we're dealing with here, the National Environmental Protection Act, basically sets us into the good graces of the Fed for the funding that we will need to actually build it. In addition, we will address and we will get involved people that have concerns with the actual bridge being built so that they can see where these issues are and how we plan on dealing with them. So it is every intention with the current Road Commission Board that we will continue on this and we will make progress. This is not a short-term process, however. This is something that by the time we put a shovel in the ground, we're probably 9 years from now. So next spring, figure 9 years from that point would be the first shovel in the ground for a bridge. And that's just because of the requirements that come with it and the points that have to be followed in order to make it something that the Fed will be behind and the state will be behind for funding.
and you're anticipating what those bodies will look like years down the road. This commission, the road commission, the state, good luck.
Yeah.
I guess all I can say is.
Yeah, and these studies, that's the idea of following these exact procedures, because when you get an approval then from the state and the EPA that we've met their requirements, that requirement is locked in for a reasonably long period of time. And then, we start talking about right-of-way acquisition, and that's going to take a while. So, there's just a lot of steps that have to happen. But once we are locked in, it's a matter of just saying, for us to be able to follow through and make sure we're getting the financing acquired to do this.
Do you think we'll ever get locked in? That's been going on for 30 years studying it. We could have built the crossings 5 times already.
I think, yes, I think by following this procedure exactly to the requirements of the federal government, I have every confidence that we will be able to get funds between the state, between the Fed, and some additional grants that are out there that we would be able to I would be pretty sure that, yes, we will get enough grants that the rest of it could be paid for out of operational funds.
Okay.
Is it a receive and file?
I have a question for the
sure.
board, but I want to preface this with, I have no issue with the job the Road Commission is doing. I think they've done a great job of being very transparent on this project. I think they have great leadership right now. But I just want to bring up, because it's time sensitive, if we want to make such a decision as to make the Grand Traverse County Road Commission a department of the Grand Traverse County Board, that sunsets at the end of this year, and it does require a 30-day public input period. Only 2 reasons I would even consider it, and the first one is our codes and licensing project we have going on over at Building Codes. I think we're going to have compliance. I think they're going to want to get on board. But if there was ever a case where they just wanted to build a silo and not participate, we talk about the airport authority and how will it be accountable to the voters. Right now, we appoint road commissioners for a term, and once they're appointed, they cannot be removed. We can't override any decisions. And it's worked thus far. But there's the other issue is, it's more allegorical, but just talking to staff. In the past, we've had some major storms in the area, and there's been hesitancy by previous leadership of the Road Commission to collaborate on cleanup and helping citizens with things. So that would also, an emergency situation, be a more direct route to clean up. But I want to gauge, it's not on the agenda, so I'm not going to make a motion, but I just want to gauge if there's even interest in having that on a future agenda. Go ahead.
To your point, Mr. Chairman, and accountability to the public, one of the things, it's not quite the direction you're going, but I have done some research, and around half of the road commissions in the state of our 83 counties are elected. and they are directly accountable to the public, as opposed to being political appointees by whomever sits in these chairs. So, my thought is more along those lines than making it a department. So, since you asked, that's what I think.
Okay. Commissioner Wheelock?
We've had this discussion before. I personally, I think the road commission will get on board as far as the permitting and those type of things. I can't imagine that any reason why they wouldn't. I think the biggest reason that I would hesitate to make them a county department is simply the liability. The liability is huge, and, people hit a pothole and they're involved in an accident, they can sue the road commission. They may or may not sue the road commission, but you can bet your ass they'll sue Grand Traverse County.
Commissioner Hundley?
What is the sunsetting, statute or whatever?
It would have to be a vote of, I believe, 4 commissioners on this board. So it would be a simple majority by the end of the year, but that vote has to follow a 30-day public input. You've got to notify the public that we're going to do this and then take public input. I think you have to have a hearing after 30 days of notice.
Is that something that is a window that's closed and never come to open
That's
again?
right. It sunsets, it's gone.
And so what is that rule?
It's a state law that was passed in like 2012, and they put a sunset on it of the end of this year.
Thank you.
Okay, Brad, did you want to?
I would say we are actually participating with your permitting and licensing. We are very excited about that because that helps us and it helps everybody as a whole be able to say one spot for everything. So that's a great.
And I'll echo again, I have no problem with anything going on over there, but being as this goes away,
right.
And just us, I always try to, when we set ordinances and rules, I always try to look at if these were different people, what would be the best, or even in worst case scenario.
Yeah,
So-
and if you're interested, there are several departments in the state. A couple of them were departments. They never really became commissions. They were always kind of a subgroup. But you have your Wayne County, your Macomb County, Jackson County, Cass County, and just recently another one came on as a department, and one of them is going back to a commission because
Elected or appointed?
those are all appointed, from what I'm aware. That ones that moved
The
to
one that's going
departments, they
back.
all became, but they will be going back as an appointed
As an
again.
appointed, okay.
Gaylord just moved this year to a department from a commission, right?
I don't know if they've actually made a move yet. There was talk amongst a couple others. It's either way, and there is, it depends too. If you did want to go to an elected, then it is truly accountable, but
Okay.
I think the interaction between this board and the county's road commission board has been pretty good.
Yeah, I think I have my answer. I'm not going to push forward, but
One other comment, and I'm sure each and every one of you receive calls from people about roads.
Yeah.
And there's, I can always tell them, it's not within my purview, But that being said, I was at Long Lake Township last Tuesday night and got beat up for 15 minutes based on the condition of Forest Lodge Road. It is one of the things that we all talk about. We all know that we all get the calls. I get the calls in the wintertime that their subdivision road isn't snow plowed, and I get get the comments from people about the conditions of the road. But I truly believe overall, the operation of the Grand Traverse County Road Commission is very, very good and very efficient. And I think, even though we're not perfect, God knows none of us are, but the bottom line is they do a very, very good job for the citizens of Grand Traverse County and this community as a whole.
I get those calls and emails, and Brad has been great about, I always put them directly in touch with you via email, and I'm included in that loop, and I've seen a good responsiveness, so
And
thank you for that.
Anybody that has any questions can always email or call me direct too. I have no issue with that.
Receive and file.
And it is a thankless job, especially during
Yeah.
the winter. So,
But I appreciate you
Motion
bringing it
to,
up.
motion to receive and file.
support.
okay, moved by Kafia.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
And thanks,
Supported
Rob,
by Jewett.
for bringing that up, because it wasn't something I was aware of, so.
Yep, you're welcome. And any commissioner could add it to a future agenda. I don't plan to, but any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks, Brad.
Okay. We're on item A7, making a difference, third quarter, page 20 in the packet. This is, again, Commissioner Kafia.
Yeah, I have felt like it was a good idea to have these on our agendas. This is a quarterly recognition of our employees, both for their anniversaries as well as just getting kudos from their colleagues. And so I think it's important to take the time, particularly since not all of us can attend the quarterly reception, which is this Friday. It's an upcoming Friday, October 25th. There will be a reception, and the winner of the Making a Difference Award will be announced at that time. But I'm just going to read through the names of the employees celebrating milestone service anniversaries and those who were nominated. So employees celebrating milestone service anniversaries, celebrating 5 years. Forgive me if I get last names wrong. Mine gets said wrong all the time, so I feel ya. Sarah Deschler, District Court. Lori Gardico, Probate Court. John DeVazzo, Department of Public Works. Veronica Wilson, MSU Extension. Clarissa Faisal, Commission on Aging. Kristen Lambert, Treasurer's Office. Pat Prevost, District Court. Amy Brock, Central Dispatch. Jeff O'Brien, Sheriff's Office. Marissa Millerin, Health Department. So that's 5 years. Congratulations. Celebrating 10 years, Lana Payne, Commission on Aging. John Morgan, Sheriff's Office. Congratulations. Celebrating 15 years, Elizabeth Stanichuk, District Court. Robin Behringer, Sheriff's Office, Central Records. Craig Preston, Environmental Health Department. And Eric Solani, Friend of the Court. Congratulations for 15 years. Celebrating 20 years, Heidi Sheppy, Treasurer's Office. Karen Copeland, Circuit Court. Nate Ritter, Sheriff's Office. Congrats for 20 years. And celebrating 25 years, Randy Fulis, Sheriff's Office. Chris, how do you spell it? Osi? Sheriff's Office, celebrating 25. Congratulations to all these employees, and thank you for your service. And then the Making a Difference nominees. I was just going to read the names, but I think it's actually really important to acknowledge what these employees were actually nominated and the reason why, so I'm going to read that. Cindy Green, Patty Leisure, Sarah Gum, and Kristen Lambert of the Treasurer's Office. And the reason was given for providing wonderful customer service before office hours that prompted a customer to send an email and changed their perspective on, quote, the government. Kathy Stauber, Health Department, for going above and beyond to help a family get their transportation and lodging paid for prior to a major medical procedure. Lisa Philo, Commission on Aging, for sending a sympathy card to a former client's spouse after his passing. The spouse expressed how nice and warming it was to be remembered and how quickly she received the card. Troy Bailey, Sheriff's Office Corrections Division, for taking extra time and patience when speaking to inmates that present a challenge to staff, especially showing empathy toward the mentally ill population. Erica Hovey, Senior Center, for receiving thank you notes from community members for a job well done with providing fun activities and maintaining a membership of over 5,000 members content with next to no complaints. Michelle Felber, Sheila Corner, Adrienne Berdovich, Diana Broussard, Aaron Johnson, Laura Leisure, Jackie Money Bruno, Marcy Montgomery, and Rachel Schleenbaker, Health Department, for going above and beyond to help clients get in for last-minute immunizations and immunization waivers, even without advance appointments. Becca Noonan, Marcy Montgomery, Aaron Johnson, Sheila Corner, and Laura Leisure, Health Department, for stepping up to cover the clinics and provide service to the clients when staff needs days off, for call-ins, short staffing, or scheduling issues. Amy Leva, Health Department, for all her hard work preparing for Head Start to run smoothly every year. Sarah Adams, Administration, for getting things done and accomplishing results. John Sabatini, Jr., Family Division Juvenile, for driving downstate to support a youth on his own time and shaving his head in support of the youth who was discharged from probation and accepted into the Michigan Youth Challenge Academy. Beth Lyko, District Court Probation, for entering at least 2 months of bond violations during a staff vacancy. Diana Broussard, Health Department, for meeting a client in the community to help her overcome difficult challenges to ensure the needed treatment was provided. And then just to acknowledge last quarter's winner, Veronica Wilson of MSU Extension. So just a thank you to all of our employees. You are what makes Grand Traverse County a great place to be, and we thank you.
And I'll also give an additional nod for the people that do this sort of stuff but never get mentioned. Because the unsung heroes are also what carries us, so thanks.
So motion to receive and file.
Support.
Moved by Kafia, supported by Jewett. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Hey, we're done with the consent calendar, I think. Moving on to department items, we have 9A, Grand Traverse Sheriff's Office, potential purchase of Pugsley area, Ponds area, page 110 in the packet. And I believe Mr. Forsyth got this one?
Yes, yes, I do. So we've already talked about this briefly as part of the brownfield approval. Just a little more background for you. As indicated, there is a development agreement in place. That development gives North Bay Capital the option to purchase the ponds area. The development agreement also says that it will be responsible of the state of Michigan to remove the current sewage system that exists there, that it's their responsibility. The representatives with North Bay Capital have informed me that they're not interested in pursuing that purchase. The state of Michigan, through their representatives, has informed us, the county, that they're willing to convey that property to us for $1. Again, it would be important to get this property, given it's touching the gun range. It would allow the sheriff's department to do further expanded training opportunities, which Captain Clark provided you in a memo, and that he would be willing to talk about today. So our recommendation is to allow us to pursue that purchase, to do what's necessary to make that purchase happen, which probably would involve an amendment to the development agreement and drafting a purchase agreement with the state of Michigan. So,
Mr. Chairman, I would move that Grand Traverse County purchase the pond area of the Pugsley Correctional Facility from the Michigan Land Bank Fast Track Authority for a cost of $1.
Support.
Okay, moved by Wheelock, supported by Jewett. Commissioner Wheelock?
I think the key piece of this is the potential training facility that could be developed in conjunction with the gun range that would benefit all of law enforcement in northwestern Michigan. The potential development that could happen on this, I'm not sure that anybody's going to go in and build a residence on top of a sewer plant, but we can certainly find areas on that property that we can use for training, and Captain Clark provided a memo of some of the things that could be done there, and it just makes a lot of sense completely in that it's adjacent to the gun range. If we're there for training, we have the opportunities to do something besides shoot at a paper target.
Okay, Commissioner Jewett?
Yeah, with this purchase not going through the North Bay and stuff like that, will the state still clean up those ponds and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my question. Do I understand the previous use was, this was the sewage for the jail, and it was an open sewer?
Yeah, it's a lagoon type.
Lagoon type
That
system.
we don't even allow, I mean, if it was under our jurisdiction, we wouldn't allow someone to put that in, right? The health department would not go for an opens.
I don't think so.
They're a very effective system, though.
Oh, okay.
By evaporation. I'm serious.
Yeah,
Well, state parks have them.
Yeah.
okay.
They just build a new one in Interlochen.
A lot of them in the UP.
The only question I had was the environmental liability of any kind we should be concerned about.
No, as I said, the development agreement already says it's the state of Michigan's responsibility, and we'll make sure, working with Mac McCollum, that's covered in a subsequent purchase agreement.
Okay. All right, any further questions?
Captain Clark?
Yes.
One of the uses, I get the gun range and some of the other exercises, but can you tell me a little bit on your letter on page 112 of our packet, which probably means nothing to you actually? You noted canine training, tactical firearms range, UAS drone, et cetera, emergency response, but can you just say a little bit more about crowd control?
With all the special events that come to Traverse City, we train on a regular basis on if you have a large group of people that you want to correct their behavior, we do that training so that we know how to do it a certain way. It's in formations, multiple people, and that would give us an open area to train that would not be in the public view.
Correct
Is
their
that-
behavior. Can you say more about that?
Let's say you have a group of people that may be throwing stones, rioting, something like that. We would then form up, move forward, move them in areas that make it safer for all the other bystanders in the area.
Has that ever happened in Grand Traverse County? I'm just curious.
Have we had
Like a riot like that?
A non-peaceful protest?
We've had peaceful protesters. We have planned for them, and we have trained for them, but we have not had one that I'm aware of, Sheriff.
Yeah, that one just caught my attention just because of where we live, and it doesn't seem like something. But I get that you train for a lot of different scenarios. I was just curious. Thank you.
I remember when I was in high school, I had a teacher who laid down in front of a bulldozer at the Commons because they were going to bulldoze the building.
Actually, some of the reason that the NMC, the Denos Museum is still surrounded by beautiful pines is because of faculty, staff, and students who literally chained themselves to those trees. I've met some of them back in the 70s. They physically kept them from cutting the trees down. So, yeah, just a little factoid.
All right.
Peacefully, of course.
Okay, any further questions, discussion on purchasing this property for training purposes?
Let's vote on
Okay.
it.
What's that?
So let's vote.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to item 9B, Equalization Apportionment Report, page 114 in the packet. Welcome.
Morning.
Morning. Jim Baker, Director of Equalization. And we have received all of the millage requests from all the taxing jurisdictions that levy millage within Grand Traverse County. We have reviewed all those millage requests and have found that they have complied with the proper Headley rollbacks and have assembled this in a report for you to approve. Now, in the past, there have been November millages that have changed this, and we'd have to amend it, but currently this year, there are no millage requests. I think it's probably beyond time where they could even put a millage request on. So this should be it this year, and it'd be nice to not amend it.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners approve the L4029 and file the apportionment report with the state of Michigan as required.
Support.
Okay, moved by Wheelock, supported by Hundley. Any further discussion? Commissioner LaPointe?
I just have one question. In looking at this, since I represent Acme, live in Acme, and pay taxes in Acme, I'm just curious, on page 116, they show a total rent zone taxable value. Acme and the city are the only ones that have dollar values in that. What is the, out of curiosity, what's the one in Acme?
There's an agricultural rent zone in Acme. I can't remember exactly what parcel it is, but it's that, I think it's a cherry processing plant out on 31, I think.
Facility, I think. Used to be.
I'd have to research to be sure.
No,
but
I was
think-
just curious, because being in Acme, I used to see this
Yes.
from Acme's perspective, and I'd never noticed that before. That might be the Velocit property, I think. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sure. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion
Thank
carries.
you.
Thank you very much, Jim. Okay, moving on to item 9C, under Commission on Aging Home Chore Purchase of 2 trucks, page 123 in the packet. Is there any presentation on this, or just discussion? Oh, there you are. Go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Cindy Kinlan with the Commission on Aging. Historically, the Home Chore Department, actually, that's been active now for 33 years. Historically, we've been using 3/4-ton trucks with straight blades, and this year we decided to seek the advice of an expert, since literally even our home chore guys are not truck experts. Just because they drive a truck doesn't make them an expert. But so we sought outside advice, and we feel that what we need right now is 2 1-ton trucks with V-blades. So we went out to our previous bidders and asked them to give us some specs on that, and that's what's attached in this. We had 2 people that came forward with bids, and the local one was within that 5% per the purchasing agreement, so that's what we've put out there for you to approve. We literally have one gentleman now, his truck just the one that was made of floorboard, was boards on the truck and the bed. The whole gas tank fell out like 2 weeks ago, so he doesn't even have a truck anymore. So those 2 trucks, one is 12 years old and one is 10 years old.
And are you disposing of the other trucks?
Yeah, well, the one truck, I don't think I could, I'm not sure what we're gonna do with the one truck that's literally falling apart. We'll have to consult with that.
Trust me, there's a market for it.
Okay, I'm sure.
Is the 81,000, is that priced per truck or that's the 2?
That's for 2.
Currently looking to purchase new pickups, $81,000 for 2 trucks is a pretty damn good deal.
And that's outfitted with plowing and everything, right?
Plumbing?
Plowing.
Oh, plowing, yes.
Plow blades,
Excuse me, I thought you said
equipment.
plumbing. I'm like, plowing, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the purchase of 2 trucks of E-Blaze from Fox Grand Traverse for the Commission on Aging Home Chore.
Support.
Okay, moved by Jewett, supported by Wheelock. Any further discussion, Commissioner Jewett?
I do have one question on there, Cindy. Towards the bottom on the bids here, you guys had wanted 9.2 poly V plows, and the bid does say steel DXT plows. Are you getting the poly or the steel?
You know, I think it's been recommended that we do the poly. Do you have any recommendation on that?
Myself, I'd recommend a poly, but I see under your minimum specs, it does call for the poly, but under their bid, it calls for the steel DXT. I mean, myself, that's just me. I mean, I would go with poly all day long over steel, just because I've seen
they rust
on both what's better, but that's my opinion, so.
Okay. And that's interchangeable. I know that we can get one or the other,
Okay.
so that's not a problem.
That's the only question I have, so.
Thank you.
I do certainly want to acknowledge the idea that these vehicles are being purchased locally, even though we are within that 5% at a little higher rate than a Mount Pleasant firm, but we are within the 5% local preference, and I certainly appreciate the fact that we're purchasing these vehicles locally.
Yes.
And some of that could be just because they're different manufactured trucks anyway, manufacturers, so.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We'll move forward to the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're on item 9D, Road Commissioner. I'm sorry, Drain Commissioner. Item 1, Silver Lake Lake Level Assessment District on page 126 in the packet. And then also Duck Lake Level Special Assessment District on page 129 in the packet. And we have Steve Largent, our Drain Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Morning, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll start out with the Silver Lake Special Assessment District. Apologize for getting this to you today, but we had the meeting Thursday evening, and the minutes to that meeting are the second page under this memo, and basically what they would like to see is I was proposing a lake level monitor, and they wanted to hold off on that for this assessment and put another $3,000 into future drain outlet maintenance, and so that's reflected in this budget. So if you go to the memo on the first page there, the expenses that are owed to the revolving drain fund, $639. You got that amount. And then estimated expenses through 2024 include legal, the triennial inspections for 2021 and 2024, printing and publishing, and then, like I said, the future lake outlet structure maintenance. And so total assessment of $13,339. There's 542 parcels on Silver Lake, and I would like to thank Jim Baker and Equalization for helping out with both of these special assessment districts as well as Old Mission. But the 399 primary parcels It's going to be a $29 one-time assessment that will appear on their winter taxes. And on the 143 secondary parcels with no frontage but access, it's $14 per parcel.
So that is a one-time assessment, correct?
For this assessment. Now, the one thing that was recommended in the last triennial inspection was the replacement of a 36 by 460 foot outlet culvert from Cox's Pond. And I had the dam safety inspector from Eagle Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, and that estimate was $120,000 to either replace that culvert or reline it. And it's a low risk issue at this point, and so I wanted to do some more looking at, and he agreed, and I want to look at more cost-effective ways that we might be able to get that problem solved before I put it on the taxpayers' back. Yes?
Next year, Curtis Road and Silver Lake Road intersection, I think, is gonna be abandoned, redone. Part of the road's gonna be redone there. Would that be a good time to possibly talk about culvert replacement, since the road will probably be
This
shut
is
down?
Sawyer, I believe it is Sawyer Road. It runs right along the west side of Sawyer.
Well, yeah, but it's right along.
Yeah, but it's the outlet
Oh,
of the
yeah.
pond.
Outlet of Cox's,
Okay.
yeah, Cox's Pond,
It's
yeah.
the outlet of the
And you
pond.
have to go across
Yeah.
two of Cox's driveways that are paved.
I was thinking
I think we
inlet,
can get
sorry.
it lined for cheaper.
Yeah.
And so, it's a
But
low
even
risk
so, though,
issue.
that might be a time when Sawyer Road still might be closed down when they're redoing that intersection, right? I don't know.
It's not supposed to be, I don't think. I think
Okay.
the key piece about this is the fact that we've done two things here. One, obviously, we've repaid back the revolving drain fund, which is a good thing. But we have allowed for some future structure maintenance, which all of these assessment districts and all of these drains have pretty much have never been addressed as far as future maintenance. And I do appreciate the fact that this has one in it. Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the special assessment district for the Silver Lake Special Assessment District as provided by the Drain Commission.
Support.
Okay, moved by Wheelock, supported by Kafia. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, and we also have the Duck Lake. Another round of handouts.
You can have yours.
Very similar. Got to get you electronic.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I got two.
There you go.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. All right.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
I would move to approve the Duck Lake Special Assessment District as it's provided. Again, we're looking at triennial inspections, we're looking at lake level monitors, and we're looking at, some sort of a future plan, which we haven't had in the past.
Support.
moved by Wheelock, supported by Jewett.
I'm
Discussion
not
or
trying to
questions?
steal your thunder, Steve, I'm just trying to keep moving around.
He wants to get back to work today, you know?
Yeah, not an issue. But the one thing of note on this one is both lake level districts folks in those districts asked to be, that their district boundaries be reassessed. I mean, look at them, make sure that we're incorporating and including all the lands that should be, that are contributing water to these lake level districts, because these were, well, with Duck Lake, that was set up in 1959, with, Silver Lake, that was 87. So we're doing this with Old Mission right now, and that hearing is on October 25th.
And we should note that the Duck Lake Special Assessment District that was original only addressed frontage properties. And one of the things that we found, like on Duck Lake Peninsula, was there was significant parcels that may have access to the water, but they were never on the assessment district because of the fact that they were not frontage properties. And that was a huge change in the Duck Lake SAD.
Any further questions or discussion? Commissioner LaPointe?
We talked about this several meetings ago, the revolving drain fund, and
Yes, sir.
how you had, the processes you borrow money from that fund, you get it paid back by assessments. And there's a discussion at the time that some of this money was given out years ago, and there was no assessment in place to replenish it. And we talked about, I think, having a policy that when you do take money from the revolving drain fund, that there's a plan in place shorter than 4 or 5 years down the road to replenish it, and hopefully you'll get that in place. The other thing is, I assume that on the two of them, you got $6,000 on the one and $5,000 on the other for future dam maintenance. So that's kind of a reserve that you'll then have. So for any work in the near future, unless it's totally unforeseen, you're not going to be tapping from the revolving fund.
Correct. Exactly. That's the whole idea until the next assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
When was the last assessment on Silver Lake?
I believe it was 2009.
I'm curious, Steve, if, say I was going to buy property in that district, and there was work done a few years ago, and there's going to be a special assessment based on that work, how does a person find out that there's going to be a special assessment? Is there any mechanism at all?
That's a good question. I mean, how you would know if you are within a lake level district or any, drainage district, being that, this is my first go around at this, I've not had that question.
Well, even if you
answered.
knew it's
Right.
in a lake level or a
Right.
drain district, but how would you know that, 5 years ago, $40,000 of work was done that just hasn't been assessed yet, and you're gonna have a tax bill due that you might not be counting on?
I would assume it would be the same as a special assessment district on a road. You have to disclose that.
Okay.
And then if you're curious as to the detail, you go down to the township and find out the detail on it.
The seller has
Something
to
that-
disclose that?
I know on a special assessment for a road, you have to disclose that.
That it is in the district.
Yeah,
But
if
when
you're
we
in the
have
district.
stuff hanging out, and I'm not blaming Steve, but we got stuff hanging out for several years, people are buying properties in these districts, and they don't know there's taxes coming that they may not have.
Special road
affected.
assessment's going for 15 years.
Right.
So you can buy a house 4 or 5 years into it.
And then all of a sudden you got an assessment for work that was done 10 years ago?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
One thing I'd like to do is recognize also Sarah Adams from administration for all her hard work on this as well, and support.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion, questions? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. All right, we are at Civil Council FOIA Appeal, page 132 in the packet. Would you like to introduce?
Good morning. You all have my memorandum. I don't have anything to add to that. I think it's quite a clear issue. I believe I undertook efforts to find everything that was responsive to the FOIA request, and the one email was provided to the requester, the one email that I located. The only other responsive document would be the memorandum that was submitted to you in closed session and collected from you after the completion of the closed session. Administration does still have a copy of that, but it is clearly attorney-client privileged. There's no question in my mind that it's attorney-client privileged. In the way our ethical rules work, even the simple fact that there's a relationship is attorney-client privileged. So any attorney is not required to divulge that the county is their client. But because of the need to go into closed session, that was made public, that there was an attorney-client relationship between an attorney and the county. So that much has been made public, but we are not required to turn over like a fully redacted document or anything, because simply the fact that there was a written memorandum falls under that privilege. As far as your choice today, I don't see any harm in releasing it. You may have concerns about the precedent that would set, and any future case where there is a privileged attorney-client memorandum. Somebody could certainly point back to today and say, you released it in that case, why aren't you releasing it in this case? That would be one thing to consider. But from my review of that document, I don't think there's anything that the county, or that you need to be concerned about being in there. If you do decide to release it, which is entirely your choice as the client, that privilege is yours to hold or waive. If you do decide to release the document, I would ask that you give some discretion to administration and myself to review that document to make sure that there's not other exempt material in it. So for example, embarrassing information for some other person who may have been in the jail. I don't recall anything specifically in the memorandum, but that would be something that we should look for in case it was in there.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we continue to hold attorney-client information that's provided in closed session as confidential and not release it.
Support.
Okay, moved by Wheelock, supported by Jewett. Discussion.
I think the precedent of releasing it in one case and then maybe not wanting to release it in the next is going to be more of a headache than it's worth. It is attorney-client privileged information for a reason. It's given to us in hard copy. It's collected at the end of the closed session. It is not public information. And contrary to some other things that are going on in our community, information in closed session is supposed to stay in closed session. Let's leave it that way.
I would note that the actual appellant, the person who filed the FOIA appeal, is present here, and if she would like to speak, it's entirely up to the group of you as well.
Yeah. While she's making her way up there, is there anything, are we aware of anything in these documents that's not already public information? Because I thought there was a
I do believe there would be some.
Okay.
I guess to flesh that out a little bit more, much or most of what was in the memorandum was public already from police reports. There was a final settlement accepted by the court yesterday of that $20,000. So that is public at this point. But if I recall, there was some other information in there that would not be public.
Okay. Please
Good
start with your
morning.
Name and
I'm Brooke Kanzer. I'm with the Traverse City Record Eagle. And I'll keep this brief, as again, the settlement has been made public. However, we appealed this Freedom of Information Act denial not solely because of the settlement agreement itself. We felt there should be memos, calendar entries, billing for Attorney Greg Grant that should have been included in that request. And we did obtain through that appeal some emails, but we felt there should be more to that. And I'll largely refer the board to that appeal. Though I would like to say, the spirit of the law is to promote transparency. And as the Michigan Press Association has said on this, the treatment of this FOIA does create challenges for transparency.
Okay. Questions, discussion?
So as you saw in my memorandum, I did copy the language from the appeal, which referenced calendar entries and billing. But if you look at the original request, it was related to electronic and printed correspondence. So I don't know that calendar entries count as correspondence. And then as far as billing, your emails were searched, and apparently none of you corresponded regarding billing for Marilyn Palmer. At least using the terms Marilyn Palmer, none of you corresponded with anybody about it. So if it had been in there, it would have been released.
I've been involved in closed sessions over different issues. The Carlin Road shooting went from 2007 up until within the last year. Many conversations with attorneys under attorney-client privileges happened in multiple closed sessions. That information, the comments by the officers that were immediately involved, they happened within days of the event. Those are confidential information that was received by the Board of Commissioners in closed session. They needed to stay there, and they still need to stay there.
Mr. Zolan, you've stated that were we to authorize this, the release of this information per the FOIA appeal, that we am I correct, we would not be divulging information that is substantive beyond what has already been released to the public in form of the settlement? It's not. And I'm also, are we exposing the county to some sort of liability by doing so?
By releasing?
Yeah.
Is there a confidentiality?
No, there's no, this settlement agreement with the state of Palmer does not have any type of confidentiality clause, nor could that be enforced since we are a public body. I have a copy of the memo. I've read through it. Civil counsel is completely accurate when he says most everything in that confidential attorney-client privilege memo has been released to the public through the settlement agreement approval that occurred in probate court. There was a petition filed in that case. That's a public record. If you look at that petition, that lays out the facts involving the death of Ms. Palmer.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
I believe so.
See, I'm kind of torn as well, because if we set a precedent that later harms the public,
Right.
in a future case, then we didn't do our job. At the same time, there's no better disinfectant than daylight.
Right.
But we sometimes have information that seems real harmless today, that's not necessarily harmless months from now.
And it's funny also that it's hard to even talk about rationale of why your decision on this particular item without talking about the item, which is in closed session. So it's a challenging thing. Other than to say, I think, I personally, I think. That I'm completely comfortable, which is great. Everybody can feel happy that I'm comfortable, but I'm comfortable with the deliberation that we took, and the reservation about releasing the information really doesn't have anything to do with the specific information so much as it does with putting the board, whoever sits here, in some more awkward position at some future date when whatever it is that you're trying to deliberate on requires, especially when you're talking about making an agreement of some kind with a second party, part of that process involves you being able to come up with what you're going to, your position on the thing. So, and that part seems like it should be private.
And it always ends up to be a negotiation.
Yeah.
And if you...
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just inquire from, if I may, Commissioner Wheelock, drawing on 2 decades plus of experience on this board, I'm curious, and I know I'm only supposed to direct my questions to the chairman, but I'm curious from Commissioner Wheelock, if there is precedent in the past, are we breaking some long-standing, decades-long precedent of never releasing, attorney-client privileged documents in your memory?
To the best of my knowledge, we have never released attorney-client privilege information.
We did it on the airport board this year, I believe.
Right, the airport commission voted to, which is
I'm trying to think, I do
we have
remember
appointments
making-
to that body, but not the Board of Commissioners specifically.
Yeah. Is there any court case precedent where a public body has divulged some information, but not all, like inconsistent patterns that has been detrimental in court cases?
I haven't looked, so not that I'm aware of, doesn't mean it's not out there.
Okay.
May I speak to that briefly? The review and response to FOIA is not an easy task. That's why we gave it to Kit. But I think it's fair to say that we need to remain as consistent as possible in his review and what he reviews and how he responds. And he's doing it in his position as it applies legally to the standards of FOIA. And I think that that's probably a good measure to say, hey, we're being consistent, we're in compliance with the law, and we are releasing what should be released pursuant to FOIA. I don't want to have to guess and remember, hey, we did this and we did that over a decade or two. I'd like to say we're consistent in the application of the statute.
Another question. If a commissioner was to go rogue, per se, and just divulge information, what penalties are there under law?
You could be, I'd put my lawyer hat on for a minute, under the Open Meetings Act, because you disclosed things that were done in a closed session, that could subject you to a misdemeanor prosecution.
So it would be because of divulging what happened in the closed session, not
Okay.
related to FOIA and not related to the attorney-client privilege. It would be purely related to Open Meetings Act.
Okay.
And according to your memo, Mr. Tholen, this board had 10 days from the date that we received your memo to decide whether or not to fully, partially, or completely fully disclose, partially disclose, or completely deny this appeal. Is that correct?
We have 10 days from today.
10
So
days
it's
from
deemed,
today.
their appeal is deemed received today because that's our first public meeting following physical receipt of it.
I mean, I feel like some good questions have been posed by several of us that I'd like to feel like I have answers to before I can feel solid about whether this is which is the right course, including precedent. You know, the chairman asked about legal precedent. And I realize we don't have a lot of time, but I respect the position that Commissioner Wheelock has taken, and I also want to understand better sort of the full ramifications before we go in a direction. So that would be my preference. I have to vote against the motion that he made today if we're going to go forward with that. But I'd like to table it and actually ask civil counsel to get answers to those questions before we make a final decision myself.
If we were to table it,
It would be
we have to
until
give a response in 10 days. so-
our board rules allow for special meetings.
Okay.
And we would need to have a special meeting of this board to receive what civil counsel finds out for us along these questions. It was assumed that we would have to, and I can be more clear in the future, that we would then have to table for a special meeting within the 10-day period to make our decision, but have more information before we do that.
Which we could tag on to the study session next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be efficient for the taxpayers. We're already meeting. Are you open to that?
Mr. Chairman, there's a reason it's called attorney-client privileged information.
I understand.
I'm not willing to have any consideration of releasing privileged information that's directly between our attorney and the town and the County Board of Commissioners, because number one, if we do it this time, what's to say we don't have a load of them? Remember that it's not just the Record Eagle that files FOIA requests. It's attorneys, it's the public, it's news medias. You know, we get FOIA requests from attorneys who are involved in suing us on a regular basis, you know. So what's to say if we start releasing attorney-client privileged information, the next FOIA request is to know what kind of a settlement we have a conversation with our attorneys about settling a lawsuit. You know, so the opposing counsel wants to know what we set as a maximum price tag that we're willing to pay. You know, there's a negotiation involved in these settlements. You know, there's a reason it's attorney-client privileged information, and we should keep it privileged.
Okay.
I'm ready to vote now.
Okay. Did you want to move the table or not?
Mr. Chairman, I move to table until for a special meeting that would be concurrent with next Wednesday's budget hearing.
Okay. Moved by Kafia. Is there support?
I'll support it.
All right. All right. So the motion is to table the motion on the floor until a special meeting to be held next Wednesday. Roll call vote, please.
LaPointe,
No.
Wheelock,
No.
Kofia,
Yes.
Hunley,
Yes.
Jewett,
No.
Henschel.
No. Motion fails. We'll now take a vote on the motion on the floor, which is to maintain attorney-client privilege and not release further documents. Roll call vote, please.
Wheelock,
Yes.
Kofia,
No.
Hundley,
Yes.
Jewett,
Yes.
Lapointe,
Yes.
Henschel.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Very well thought out discussion.
If I could just a
Sure.
procedural point, if maybe have a second motion that you're affirming the denial of the FOIA request.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to affirm the council's denial of the Freedom of Information request by the Traverse City Record Eagle involving the case with Ms. Palmer in the Grand Traverse County Jail.
Support.
Okay, moved by Wheelock, supported by Jewett. Any discussion on maintaining this? Roll call vote, please.
Koffia,
No.
Hundley,
Yes.
Jewett,
Yes.
Lapointe,
Yes.
Wheelock,
Yes.
Henschel.
Yes. All right.
Thank Deputy Administrator Forsythe for that, because the minutes of that vote will be our written response.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on item 9F, board and committee appointments, update and request to appoint ad hoc committees, page 145 in the packet. This one is kind of open to how the board wants to handle these. There's a whole lot of interviews to be done, for a whole lot of committees. Commissioner LaPointe?
I'll take a crack at it.
Okay.
It's the first time I've been on a board where I've seen this number of folks. I guess the first question I have is, do all people have to be present for an interview, or can they choose to just go on the merits of their application?
You know, that's something I was thinking about, looking at the numbers. I think we should only offer interviews to people that want them. If somebody wants to stand on the merits of their credentials they provided, a letter, I think we should certainly allow that.
Okay.
But that's,
Yeah, if they
those are my
would
thoughts.
rather not be there, there's no point in us forcing them to be there. So I would, and I don't know if anybody will drop off this list, but there's a huge number of people to be interviewed. So that would be one thing I would suggest we, response back, and so we, before we schedule them.
And I think as such, whoever the committee members are should not give extra weight to those that show up versus those that do not. It's just
That's
really-
difficult.
I know.
The problem is, as you do the interviews, and I've done a few of them over the years, you always come up with different questions as you hear the responses. And, it's always interesting to see how people handle those responses. We always have the canned questions that are provided to us. I hate canned questions. I really don't follow directions very well, and I don't ask the canned questions most of the time. But the fact is, I am consistent in that I ask the same questions of every applicant. And when I don't have the applicant before me to ask that question, I don't know how their response is. And that when I pick out a particular question and I want to ask all of the applicants, and then someone's not there, I can't weigh their response. The question that I pick out that I want to ask an applicant for the airport commissioner, the EDC board, whichever board it is, if I don't have all of the applicants available to ask, I cannot weigh those people that don't answer the question that I have.
Just another question I had on this, again, going through this. I assume a number of people have applied for 4 boards, 3 or 4 boards, or 2 or 3 boards. I assume they'll be given the opportunity to interview for each of the boards. So we interview them
4 times.
4 times. Okay, I just wanted to,
Which is
again, I haven't
most
sat
of the
through this
applicants.
before. In the past, have you had one ad hoc committee that did the whole thing, or do we
It
have the
depends on the
option of-
numbers. And when it's a big number like this, there's multiple ad hocs, but if it's like earlier this year, we had a few different boards, but it was.
Okay,
it was
so
like 3,
so you'll
maybe
split
1.
this up.
You have 13 applicants for the airport commission. That's a half a day's worth of interviews if you do nothing but that.
Or more. And how many, like on the airport commission, how many openings are there for these 13 applicants? There's 2?
2.
Okay.
2 incumbents looking for reappointment.
Oh, okay. Wasn't sure how to read that. Thank you.
I guess a couple things. I've always felt like if somebody, I realize these are volunteer positions, but if they're really very interested, I feel like you would show up for an interview, so offering that. and letting people know that I feel like that should be a little bit of the waiting, as in waiting of the applicants, as we're considering them, if they show up to the interview. And then the second point I have is that, at least in the past, when I've applied for municipal boards, they ask you to give sort of your top 3 choices, which might be why we're seeing 3 or 4 different
It is, exactly.
here.
yeah.
And my thought is, if Joe Smith, whomever, listed 4, and then we offer them interviews for all 4, they're gonna pick the one that they actually wanted the most anyway, and they will come and do an interview for that. I don't know if it bears out, but, right, they're gonna self-select perhaps, and not necessarily wanna come for 4 different interviews. I could be wrong, and Sunny, if you've seen something different over the years, you
So if they don't come for the other interview, then we assume they're not interested?
Right,
Okay.
the way, and I don't know if the county does it this way, but the city does it such that you have, it says, list your top 3 choices when
Okay.
you're applying, and you can do sort of a blanket application for multiple boards. But yeah, when you're asked to come in for an interview, you're gonna pick the one that you really wanna be on. So I think there will be some self-selection that happens. I do think we should wait based on if they actually show up for the interview, both to be able to answer the questions, and I think it shows a little bit of motivation.
Okay. So I guess the next question is, how many committees do we want to break this into?
Do we want one for each of these? You've got Veterans Administration, Tattle, Public Works. Ugh, this enhanced packet keeps shrinking on me. DHS, Parks and Rec,
Yeah.
Airport Commission, Beta Building Authority, EDC. So what is that? 7, 8, 9 different.
Well, if you do Airport Commission and Beta, you got 15 interviews to conduct. If you do Building Authority, EDC, and DHS, you've got about the same number.
Maybe group them based.
You know,
yeah,
that's
and
what
then-
I'm,
Yeah, it's 16.
Has staff done any
Maybe
grouping
suggest-
on these to have a recommended? Okay. It was easier, we had 9 commissioners, because share the load.
you know, and that's only because they're listed in here alphabetically. So we may not necessarily say that those should be the 2 groupings that are together.
Right.
Well, I'd like, if I'm gonna be a part of it, I'd like to be involved with the groups I'm most familiar with. I'm sitting on DHHS board and the veterans, and I have an idea of what transpires in those boards, and probably would be better suited to ask some of the proper questions.
Right.
And the veterans, there are some legal requirements of people have to be military, honorable discharge, et cetera, that, so.
So the term, if I'm reading this correctly in the summary of requests, the terms end, for some of them, October 31st. Are these terms all, refresh me on when all the other terms are ending?
Year to year.
Administration, is it calendar year for most of them?
Yeah.
Except for the DHHS?
Yeah, I believe for the majority of them, it's going to be December 31st, except
Okay.
for the DHS one, which is October
Okay.
31st.
So now's about the right time for most of the ones that are.
with the state's fiscal year.
Okay.
All right, let's take a recess, since we're due for one anyways. And
Okay.
meanwhile, we'll see if we can come up with a grouping that makes sense and then discuss it.
Can you put a time limit on that, Mr. Chairman, since
Sure.
it's 11:10 already?
Sure, about a 5-minute recess. I've set time limits in the past, and they didn't seem to mean anything, so I've stopped.
Brad wants it, I could feel it over here.
October 16th, 2019, coming back from our second recess. We are back on the topic of board appointments and interview committees. Over the recess, we have 9 boards that have applicants. We have the airport, and double check my work because this is chicken scratch. Airport, Parks, Beta, Building Authority, EDC, DHS, Veterans, Public Works, and Tattle. Typically, we have the commissioner who is assigned to a board be on the interview committee because they know what's going on and can help a good fit. So for Airport and Parks, which I sit on, these are just recommendations. We can chew these up, spit them out either way. But Henschel, Kafia, Klaus. For DHS and Veterans, I have LaPointe, Kafia, and Klaus. He gets 2 because he's not here. For Public Works and Tattle, I have Wheelock, Kafia, and Jewett. She gets 3 because she wanted a lot. And then for Beta, Building Authority, and EDC, I have Jewett and Hundley. And then I need a volunteer to go with that.
I'm maxed out.
Okay, which one is this now?
Right now I'm looking at, and I've just grouped them this way completely arbitrarily. No rhyme or reason other than some commissioners sit on more than one. So Beta, Building, and EDC. For I have Jewett and Hundley. Wheelock, would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, I'm on the EDC, so.
Okay, so we'll put Wheelock, and that's 3 for each.
So I have DPW, Tattle, and EDC.
You'll send a list out to us?
I can, but I'll read through it one more time.
Yeah.
Listen for your name for Airport and Parks. We have Henschel, Kafia, Klaus. For Beta, Building Authority, and EDC, I have Jewett, Hundley, Wheelock. For DHS and Veterans, I have LaPointe, Kafia, Klaus. For Public Works and Tattle, I have Wheelock, Kafia, Jewett. Does that work?
And administration is going to work with us on setting up times.
Yes.
They set up all the times anyway.
If this is approved, we will send out a confirmation email to everybody as to what interview you're going to be involved with, and we'll start scheduling times.
So, for temporary chairs of each committee, I would be the first person listed, so, and if the committee wants to choose a different chair, that's fine, but it's not like a big role. So for Airport and Parks is Henschel, Beta, Building, EDC is Jewett, DHS and Veterans is LaPointe, and Public Works and Tattle is Wheelock. So as temporary chairs, and if the committee decides someone else is gonna run the show, that's fine. All right, so I will move to appoint these 4 ad hoc committees as listed for this interview cycle.
Support.
Okay, moved by Henschel, supported by Jewett. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Wow, we got through that. Motion carries. Okay, moving on our agenda, we are on item. Sorry. Unfinished business, item 10A, ethics ad hoc information discussion requested by Kafia, page 149 in the packet. Commissioner Kafia.
Thank you. So, as was requested at the last meeting, you have 3 pages, and I worked with administration to make sure that the unadopted language was in yellow, so it's easy for you to read. But basically here, the following is draft ethics policy language that the Ethics Ad Hoc Committee, made up of myself, Commissioner Jewett, and Commissioner Klaus, who was the chair, unanimously voted during our deliberations to instruct Civil Counsel and the County Human Resources Director to research and compose. This is what they came back with. It deals specifically with 3 topics: financial disclosure by elected officials, a clear investigation process for ethics complaints, and a clear enforcement process where ethics violations are found to be credible. As our ethics ad hoc meetings note and reflect, meeting notes reflect, Civil Counsel attended every ad hoc meeting from the first meeting in March 2019 to the last in September 2019. And the HR director joined beginning in April 2019. And she attended every meeting following. Civil Counsel and the Human Resources Director were instructed again by unanimous vote of the now defunct Ethics Ad Hoc Committee to draft the attached language on financial disclosure, investigation, and enforcement. And this was an attempt by the Ethics Ad Hoc Committee to address how particularly elected officials, including but not limited to the county commission, could have a high level of accountability and a fair and clear process as pertains to potential ethics violations. It's important for us to note that the Ethics Ad Hoc Committee was dissolved by a 2-to-1 vote offered at the beginning of our meeting, September 11th. So we basically didn't have a meeting after that. The motion was by Commissioner Jewett. It was seconded by the chairman, Mr. Klaus. Klaus and Jewett were yes. Myself, I voted no. The draft language on investigation and enforcement, which had been drafted at our unanimous request by Civil Counsel and the HR Director, was on the agenda for the first time at that meeting, and due to our dissolution was neither really discussed nor acted upon. So it was essentially discarded. No recommendations or findings from our Ethics Ad Hoc were forwarded to the full county commission by the Ethics Ad Hoc Committee upon our dissolution, that was what we were charged to do, was to bring something back. The current policy, it's important to understand this, the current policy is silent on financial disclosure and has virtually no detail nor process for either investigation or fair enforcement of the ethics policy. If you look at the current ethics policy, it's like 2 sentences that makes brief reference to both an investigation and enforcement. And problematically, it leaves the task of investigation of alleged ethic violations to the county administrator, who we hire and fire. So the power dynamic there is inappropriate. That's been my contention from the beginning. It's not a fair thing to ask somebody who could be fired by a body to investigate that body. As a member of the now disbanded Ethics Ad Hoc Committee, I'm bringing the work that we did, we asked Civil Counsel, unanimously asked Civil Counsel and our HR Director to do, and I'm bringing it to the full board, which I believe was our duty. Further, it is important for this full county commission body to understand something. If you look at board rules, which we adopted in March of 2019 unanimously, I believe it was unanimous, but in any case it was adopted in March of this year. Look at Rule 13. Rule 13 clearly states, quote, "Each committee shall thoroughly investigate any matter referred to it by the board or board chairperson and shall report in writing the findings to the board without undue delay. Upon the motion of any board member and approval by a majority of the board may discharge a committee from further consideration of any matter." Unquote. It's important for us to recognize that neither of these has happened, nor was either requirement to submit a written report or to seek discharge of our duties from the full board was ever discussed before the dissolution of our committee. The Ethics Ad Hoc Committee is in violation of Rule 13 of the County Commission's adopted rules. I have heard nothing either from the Ethics Ad Hoc Chairman, Mr. Klaus, who unfortunately is not here today, nor from my colleague, Mr. Jewett, who made the motion to dissolve, on any plan to produce the committee's findings and writings as the board rules require. And although, as the chairman mentioned, the chairman of our full county commission mentioned he was in communication with some members of the Ethics Ad Hoc Committee, I was not included in those discussions. In the days leading up to the vote to dissolve September 11th, the full Board of Commission has not called a vote to discharge the Ethics Ad Hoc of further consideration of the matter for which we were charged as our board rules require. Does the chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee, the board chair, or this board as a whole intend to follow these board rules and produce a written report of our findings and call a vote to formally discharge our committee of the duties it was given to perform? I think it's a fair question to ask. I'm disturbed as a member of the committee who thought we still had work to do. We weren't even considering what we had instructed Civil Counsel and the HR Director to put a lot of work into coming back with. We didn't even look at it. And then we dissolved. And I find that disturbing, and I'm further disturbed to be part of a committee that is in violation of our board rules. And ultimately, there's a phrase that's often used in government, and it's kill it in committee. I would like to think that that was not the intent here. I'm on a mold ad hoc committee right now with the chairman and a few others, and we're looking at allergies that people are, why are we allergic to ethics? I don't understand. This feels very straightforward to me. We have the public trust. We need to keep it. We need to hold ourselves to the highest ethical standards. This board instructed a committee to go and look at this specifically, and we have worked with HR, so punting it off to HR is not an appropriate action. HR was at the table, invited and a part of it, the entire, from April on. I don't understand why we are allergic to the topic of ethics on this board. I dissent strongly. I think there's still work to be done. There's a written report that is owed according to our board rules, and there is a vote by this board to discharge us of our duties if this board feels that we've actually done our job. But I would like to hear the logic for how we've done our job, because we didn't come back to you with anything. And we ignored and discarded the work that Civil Counsel and the Human Resources Director did at our unanimous direction. All of this is documented. You can go back and read all the notes. They were approved by our committee.
Can I ask just a question?
So I would like
Oh,
to
I'm sorry.
finish, Mr. LaPointe.
I thought you were done, sorry.
That's okay. I appreciate that. So I want to address the argument that was verbally made very briefly at a recent meeting, that somehow HR is going to handle this. This is problematic to me for a couple of reasons. One, as I mentioned, HR Director Donna Kinsey informed us in the spring after our very first meeting that she was working on the employee side of the policy. And in response, we invited her to the table and had her at every discussion and gave her specific work that the ad hoc wanted her to do, which she did. Two, when she presented the hundreds of pages of employee policies, which hadn't been updated in 20 years, and it was urgent because they were out of compliance legally, it was stated at that meeting and at the ethics ad hoc that that was a stopgap measure, and we knew we still had to do our work with the ethics policy. Three, part of our deliberations of the ethics policy included tasking both Ms. Kinsey and Civil Counsel Kit Tholen to draft up language around financial disclosure, investigation, enforcement, et cetera, which they did. So if we thought it was just HR's job, why did we send them off on some rabbit trail to do all of this work and research to come back with something we were going to throw away? I think this is inappropriate and disturbing. I think it's a very bad look for us as a governing body that should be able to have the public's trust, certainly when it comes to ethics. What are we allergic to? So there is a motion, absolutely, and it is in your packet. But, Mr. Chairman, I certainly, within my rights by board rules, am able to present why I brought this, and that's all I've been doing, sir. If you refer to page 149 of your packet, I have a suggested motion. And I would appreciate some support.
Yeah,
on this.
I don't know, Commissioner LaPointe had a question, or if I can,
We have to have a
if I can
motion.
make the motion first.
I'd like a motion on the floor.
Sure.
we can
So
properly discuss.
I'd like to move that as a demonstration of our commitment to ethical dealings and to ensure a fair and impartial process for dealing with ethics violations, and in the interest of overall transparency and accountability in government, on behalf of county taxpayer resources, the County Board of Commissioners vote hereby to adopt the attached draft language provided to the ethics ad hoc by Civil Counsel and the Human Resources Director into the ethics policy.
Support.
Okay, so I have a motion by Hundley, support by Kafia. Discussion. Do you have anything to add, Commissioner Kafia or Commissioner Hundley?
Well, first I'd like
Gordy
to
did go first,
lead
so-
to Gordy or Commissioner LaPointe because he asked first, but then I do have, just quick.
Okay. Commissioner
Okay,
LaPointe.
my thought was you were saying the policy, and you know that you obviously have read the policy, when something goes to an ad hoc, they're supposed to report back to the board what their finding was and what their solution was, and then it's passed to the board, and the board decides to dissolve it.
According
And
to
that-
our rules.
According to our rules, and that wasn't done. I was going to bring up the point that, okay, if that's in fact the way it's supposed to work, we asked the board, the ad hoc committee, to reconvene go through that process of saying, okay, they've done this, and this is their finding, and this is their recommendation, you have a vote on it, you pass it back, and if the recommendation is to incorporate what you chose, fine. If they say, no, we're good with the existing policy, and we choose to think our work here is done, it comes back to the board, and we agree or disagree. I would have thought that would have been the next logical step. But again,
There hasn't been a lot of logic to a lot of what's gone on with this thing, so I'm just trying to bring some sunlight to what we have, what has happened and transpired up to this
but
moment.
that's we should have done that. And then we should, when it comes back to us, if the result is, then you can go and you either accept the recommendation to continue and accept this or whatever. But I think if you want to follow the process to get it right, so you're not going to be then questioning it again, the process should be, they go back and come up with a recommendation, and the recommendation may or may not include accepting or not accepting and dissolving the ad hoc,
And
which was done informally.
I appreciate that, Commissioner LaPointe, and I guess I don't know how to undissolve a committee that voted itself dissolved. So I'm in a dilemma here, because there is no committee to send it back to
But
now.
you said they can't be dissolved unless the board dissolves them.
We
So
broke
they-
the board rule, but they did vote to dissolve, so I don't know which to treat as factual. Are we dissolved, or are we out of compliance with
I
the
was
board
just-
rules, so
I
we
was just
actually are
putting a
dissolved?
I was just putting a suggestion out
Sure.
there, that you, so no harm, no foul, rewind it. They go back and simply come back and say, okay, we're making a recommendation to accept these changes, not accept these changes, and if they choose and say, and we also recommend the board that the board dissolve, if you're saying that's the policy, and the
It's-
board has
you
the
could
only
read it.
authority to dissolve an ad hoc. I'm taking that on your word,
No,
that that's the way it
I
works,
welcome
so.
you to look up
No,
Board Rule
I
13.
I do.
You know, it's right there. I just read it word for word,
Okay,
but, so it's
that's
not
what
my
I say,
word, it's the
I
board
don't know,
rules.
but I do, that does sound reasonable, so that would be my,
All right, I have
My
Commissioner
recommendation.
Wheelock next, and then Commissioner Jewett.
I have two problems. Number one, you know, and I talked about it 2 weeks ago when we had this on the agenda before. I've never been involved in an ad hoc committee that wasn't charged with completing their research, bringing to the Board of Commissioners a recommendation that has to be voted on by the Board of Commissioners before they dissolve. This did not happen with them. However, this board took action at that meeting to say that the ad hoc, or the ethics policy that was drafted by HR was sufficient.
We did not vote.
no.
We didn't vote.
We approved the ad hoc, we approved the ethics policy that was provided by, as part of the employee
In June.
program, okay? So, in order to have a conversation about this ethics policy, do we need a motion to reconsider? Because we passed a vote that approved the ethics policy that was as part of the county's employee policy handbook. So if we've already approved an ethics policy, and now we want to talk about a different ethics policy, I believe we need a motion to reconsider.
I'll answer that. Under the board rules that you're familiar with from basically your whole term of service, motion to reconsider applied for multiple meetings. At the beginning of this year, at my suggestion, we took that out so that a motion to reconsider only applies to current meetings. So if we wanted to reconsider a vote we had already taken, you would have to have someone on the prevailing side make the motion. However, next meeting, whole new topic. It's wide open.
And
I
to,
don't think I agree with that, but maybe.
to Commissioner Wheelock's point, again, when HR brought hundreds of pages of employee policies that were out of compliance and had to be updated, it was an urgent situation. It was stated at the time, at that meeting, and by our ethics ad hoc, that that was a stopgap and that the ethics ad hoc would continue the work that we had been charged to do to address this, particularly as it applies to elected and appointed officials. So it didn't absolve us of our responsibility. We continued to meet. And that was the understanding at the time. I mean, I hope folks who aren't sure will go back and watch that video from June, because that was the discussion. So we kept going with our work, and we had civil counsel and the HR director continue to do the research and come back with those results, which we had at our September 11th meeting when we then, by a 2-to-1 vote, dissolved.
Okay,
It
Commissioner
was
Taylor.
bungled as far as I'm concerned.
I was just gonna say with the fact that Commissioner Klaus is not here today, and he was part of this ethics ad hoc committee here, I would move to table this until the next meeting, because I think it'd be vital to have his input. He was part of the committee, so.
Okay. I'll support that, and that'll give me time to ask him for a written report. And
Well, okay, just my understanding, what we're saying is we're going to agree with Commissioner Cuffia that the process wasn't followed. Exactly. We're reporting back to the board and the board making the decision. So if that's what we're saying, is telling the committee to go back, meet again, come up, formalize something, vote on it, tell us what their vote was, that they want to accept this recommendation or these changes or not, and that the recommendation is to discontinue the ad hoc. Is that?
There was already another motion on the floor.
Yeah, so
that-
motion to
That got a
table-
second, so just to get
A
clear.
motion to table
we table?
basically puts everything on hold,
Mhm.
and we vote on whether we're gonna put this all on hold till the next
Table.
meeting.
Mhm.
Well, it's.
Lay on the table.
What's gonna go on?
Could I just, since I made the original motion, and then I ceded the floor before at least making my own comment about it, could I at least get that in and before the table, it's already there?
It's already there. I mean.
You can speak to the motion to table, though,
Um,
it's still relevant.
Yeah, but I don't think.
It's not a debatable motion.
It's not a debatable
correct?
motion.
Yeah, so we need to take a vote on whether we're gonna just, refer this to our next meeting where Commissioner Clausen will be present.
Can I make what I think might be a friendly amendment to the motion to lay on the table?
Sure.
I think table to the next meeting we need assistance from basically civil counsel to make sure that the board rules that we're clear. Were we dissolved? Were we not dissolved? How do we follow the board rules? And I feel like that's a conversation that needs to happen between now and the next meeting so that we're not in the exact same spot trying to figure out.
Well, I feel like that's a
What's
separate
appropriate.
issue.
Yeah.
But just because we table the motion on the floor doesn't mean the agenda moves on necessarily. You can make that next to ask for clarification.
Okay.
So, the motion on the floor is to table this topic, table the motion, the main motion, which is to add the highlighted pages to board rules until our next meeting, regular meeting.
Our next regular meeting, which will be the first Wednesday in November,
November
correct?
6th. Right.
Because
November
we have a scheduled meeting next
Right.
week, but we do not want that part
We
of the
want a
discussion.
next
Regular
regular scheduled
Next
meeting, so.
scheduled board meeting November 6th.
Regular
So,
board meeting.
roll call vote on the motion to table it until then.
Jewett.
Yes.
LaPointe.
No.
Wheelock.
Yes.
Kofia.
Yes.
Hundley. That's not an option.
Yes, fine.
Henschel.
Yes. Motion carries. This be treated at an active motion on our agenda in our first meeting in November.
And before we move on from this topic, I would like to make a motion that we instruct civil counsel to give us clarification on the question of how the board rule applies to the dissolution and the process with this committee. We need to understand, if we have to rewind, what that actually looks like.
Is it, yeah.
We're going to need clarification on the proper process for
My
this
opinion
issue.
is the committee still exists. It just chose not to meet anymore.
I have opinions too. I would really like to hear from civil counsel, looking at parliamentary procedure, and get written clarification on how this should be handled going
Okay,
forward.
on whether the ad hoc committee was functional in its choice to
Can it
dissolve?
self-dissolve?
Are we dissolved? Are we not dissolved?
Okay.
How does Board Rule 13 apply to the situation?
More than anything else, it has to do whether the ad hoc committee fulfilled its required obligation.
That's clear that it didn't, because the
I
board
think so
rule
too.
does say a response in writing.
Exactly. So I think the direction is that the ad hoc committee get back together between now and November 6th and come up with a recommendation that we can in fact do something with.
And again, I respect the opinions of the chairman and Commissioner Wheelock, and I would like civil counsel to actually look at us and give us some facts on what the rules say. And that's my motion.
Okay, motion on the floor. Is there support?
Counsel, are you saying that you already, that is the answer? Or is there anything for you to go back and review to confirm your opinion?
Well, it seemed to be a separate issue from whether it had completed its duties. The question was whether the dissolution was effective.
Oh.
So it is a separate question.
So that requires research?
I can look at Robert's rules. I know what our board rules say. It's about a 2-sentence board rule.
Our rules trump Robert's rules, so in your opinion?
Well, it's not something that's going to require a lot of time. I can read the board rule right now. It's a 2-sentence board rule. Each committee shall thoroughly investigate any matter referred to it by the board or board chairperson and shall report in writing the findings of the board without undue delay. I think the thorough investigation was certainly complied with, so if it was referred back, that there wouldn't be any question of whether that was done. But shall report in writing the findings of the board. I don't think anything was provided in writing. Upon the motion of any board member, meaning this board, and approval by a majority of the board may discharge a committee from further consideration of any matter. There's nothing else provided in that rule or in other rules that talks about how a board dissolves. So it appears from that, and that would trump any Roberts rule, that the ad hoc committee is only dissolved once this board says it's dissolved.
Okay.
That would be my reading. And I don't, it's possible I would find something else in Robert's rules.
But it wouldn't matter.
It's like 600 pages, so there's probably something in there. But I don't know how much more detail I could really give than what I just said.
Okay. So would you like to withdraw the motion or leave it on the floor?
I'll withdraw the motion. I appreciate council's interpretation of what the rules say. Thank you.
So I move that we request the Ethics Ad Hoc Committee to meet between now and our next meeting and provide us a written recommendation or findings.
Support?
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion by Henschel, support by Hundley, requesting that Ethics Ad Hoc Committee to meet and vote on our some written findings to send forward. Commissioner Hundley?
I just want to say that the stuff the work that was presented in the packet today, look, the investigative procedure and enforcement is challenging because without it, you have issues of people being essentially beyond reproach. With it, you have the challenge of it being used as a bludgeon for whatever party, and we're witnessing at the national level that whoever's being investigated, the other party is going to use that, and then you have to parse that all out. So I get that, and that's worthy of its whole discussion. But the annual disclosure statement that was presented here, I think, is great. It's not, we're not given our brokerage accounts or anything, and it's just listing the specific interests that we, LLCs that we have membership interest in, specifically, the kind of thing that we were looking at earlier today, that would lay on the table, and people don't have to wonder or doubt, are there things that are being hidden? And I just think that piece on its own would be great by itself. So I just didn't get a chance to say that before, and I wanted to say that.
Okay.
Well, since Commissioner Hundley had an opportunity to pontificate on this.
We have next meeting as well.
I'll go into more detail, but I'll just tell you, I read through this in great detail, compared it to the document that we've already accepted. I've looked at state law. I've looked at the National Council of Counties. I can I'll rephrase that. The wording, I will not accept the wording as it is in the document right now. I think it's totally in error in a number of areas, including the disclosure, which I think is meaningless. So if this is, I'll just tell you right now, if this is what you come back with, I'll have real problems with it.
Okay. Commissioner Jewett?
You mentioned a meeting before November 6th for the ethics ad hoc. Do we have any idea how long Commissioner Klaus is out of town? Just saying it may physically not be possible over the next couple of weeks by the time he gets back. And then I also have some commitments in the beginning of November.
Oh,
that.
Are you going to be out of town?
Yes, I'll be out of state.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, I hate to kick the can down the road, but I don't know when he's getting back, and I do know when I'm gonna be gone. It may not physically be possible to get the whole entire committee together.
Okay. Are you okay with the friendly amendment to just take off the date requirement and when they can get together soon?
Yes, as soon as is possible.
Okay, as soon as
Can we have a
practical.
date requirement?
What do you recommend?
It doesn't have to be the next meeting. I appreciate people being out of town, but I don't,
December
this is
1st?
dragged on a lot.
I get it.
Let's get a date on there. Maybe,
All right,
maybe by
December
the first
1st?
meeting in December. Does that feel doable?
Okay, first meeting in December.
That's fine.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Okay. All right, motion on the floor is that this board requests the Ethics Ad Hoc Committee to meet and give us a written, a written response or written findings of their work by the first meeting in December. All right, any further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The written report will include input by all three members.
That's not
I'm
the
just
motion.
making sure that you're aware of that.
Okay, so boards and committees act by a vote of the majority.
Mhm.
So you may provide supplemental information,
Mhm.
but what is voted on by the committee is the official recommendation of the committee.
I understand how that works.
Okay,
There
and
will
I
be
welcome your
reports from all
auxiliary
three.
input.
Yep.
If it's
As
not
a member,
part-
as a member of the
Yes.
committee, yes, you will receive my input.
Okay, all right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I think we've got just enough time to get one more item in. How about county parking lot ordinance, page 153 in your packet?
Thank you. This has been an ongoing discussion with our partners in this campus, including the city, the courts. We've also included the DDA in some of our discussions. And the parking lot on the south side is what prompted this discussion. When 8th Street was under reconstruction and the preliminary concepts of the 8th Street redesign became available to us, Mr. Colburn and I from the city met and talked about our parking lot and the needs that our employees and visitors have to have access to parking. We witnessed that become a parking lot for others to park here and walk away from our campus and use other services that were not being provided by the county. So we spoke about permitting this lot, and this came, I think the court did a discovery process or a study a couple of years ago about this, and we have roughly 300 parking spots on this campus. 44 of those are restricted, 16 are handicap spots, 25 are metered out in front of this building, and we have 219 open spaces. Between the city and the county, we have about 270 employees that use parking in this campus. So there is a need for us to take some type of a measure or action to assure that the employees can have a place to park, and that if we have a proper place for employees to park, we would encourage them to not park elsewhere, meaning the street, and other spots around this campus that would be freed up for the public. The city has already permitted their employees to park. They've distributed the permits, and we have an agreement with the city parking authority to enforce the parking as would be signed. The Yes. We have not done that yet. We have not issued our county employees parking permits as of yet, because when we were reviewing the ordinance, it was determined that the ordinance said one thing, and we would be enforcing something that would be different from what the ordinance stated. So we worked with Mr. Tholen and Mr. Forsythe and came up with language to amend the ordinance that would reflect what we would be enforcing.
So when I read this, I understand that we have limited parking. And one of the questions that I think would be important for this body to consider is if you do permitted parking only in our main parking lot here, that people who now come to Wednesday 8 a.m. meetings that often go for 4 hours would be stuck with either somewhere out on the streets, and there is very limited parking on the street side parking. I sometimes show up and I have to park on the street because there's nothing in the lot, and there's limited parking or metered parking, which is, I don't think it's 4 hour metered. But in any case, my concern is because we have chosen to move this meeting to Wednesday mornings as opposed to Wednesday evenings when this really wouldn't be an issue, we are potentially sort of taxing people to come to their own local government meetings, and I don't believe that that's appropriate. I don't think that was the intent, and I'm not implying that it was the intent. I think it could be the impact if we don't come up with something. So as soon as I read this in the packet, I called Nate and said, you know, this is my concern. I could see this being perceived as pretty unfriendly to members of our public who do actually come to these meetings. And can we work on something? And so I asked Mr. Alger whether we could either have temporary permitting, which I know NMC, I used to work there, we would give those to people who were coming to committee meetings, et cetera, or possibly even simpler, make sure that parking enforcement only happens after 1 p.m. on Wednesdays, with the understanding that we have people who are here from the public who will hopefully be gone by 1 o'clock because we won't be here anymore having this meeting, right? Not be stuck in this meeting, will actually have left and not get ticketed. So I would ask my colleagues to consider, and I'm wondering if Mr. Alger, if you could speak to what you found out from talking to parking enforcement. We do have that latitude, yes, to...
They will enforce whatever we sign. So the ordinance should reflect what the signage will say, and whatever the signage says, they will enforce. When I talked to the parking authority, they gave a couple of examples as to what that language would be. It could either be inclusive or prohibitive, and you could say Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday from 8 till 6, and Wednesdays from 1 till
6.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Or also another board member asked if we could somehow issue,
Get out of jail
validate-
free cards if you
Yeah.
got a ticket.
So I have to ask the authority if that
I
is
should have
okay.
a stack of those over the years.
My thought is that it's a lot more convenient for the citizens to not have to find out by getting a ticket that they were supposed to go in and get a temporary permit, and just build our permitting, since we've chosen to have Wednesday 8 a.m. meetings, to just not be enforced until 1 p.m. on Wednesdays. I feel like that would be simple and no paperwork, really.
Commissioner Jewett?
Can we set aside 10, 12 spots or whatever for public parking on Wednesdays? You don't have signs there that said that is for public parking, it's non-permitted, it's non-paid.
Can we get a motion on the floor, maybe?
I move that we adopt this with the amendment that Wednesday, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., there not be ticketing in that lot.
Support.
Support.
Okay, moved by Kafia, supported by Hundley. The issue I want to point out is that we're not the only people that have meetings here. There's all kinds of boards, all times of the day, all week long. And it's not just because we have a meeting at a certain time. There's been other meetings in the mornings for decades. I mean, there's meetings all over the place that are public meetings. The public should be able to attend.
That's why I was asking if we can set aside 10 or 12 spots, or whatever the number is, I don't know. That's.
But then you're limiting how many people can come to a meeting.
Right.
If you go to
Feed the meter.
if you go to NMC, like you mentioned, or you go to the airport commission meeting, when you come into the room, you're actually attending the meeting, you can get a parking validation. that covers, you know, so it's not the gym across the road that's using public parking for their business, you know, but it's people that actually come to the meeting can get a pass of some sort, so.
And I can say again, as a former employee of NMC, we also use the mechanism of telling parking enforcement, do not ticket during these times. I mean, we had a meeting in August with 100+ people in this room. Those people all had to park in and around, and they weren't going somewhere else. They were coming here. I appreciate the chairman's point. I just really don't want to send the perception that we're taxing people to come to a government meeting.
Commissioner Wheelock.
I also wonder, because the first point in this prohibited act, no motor vehicles parking allowed between the hours of 12 a.m. and 7 a.m., except permitted vehicles. How does that apply to weekends? You know, how does it apply to nights? You know, during Cherry Festival, during different events, I've parked here and walked downtown more than once. You know, if you know, the parking enforcement people still write parking tickets on Saturdays. I don't think they do on Sundays, but they do on Saturdays. It's kind of foolish to have a lot this size and tell people they can't use it in non-business hours. I understand the problem during business hours, meeting hours, those kind of things. I'm not sure I understand the whole concept that we should bar parking from here when we're not here using the parking lot.
The primary reason behind that is for the winter months where we have to clear snow prior to the employees and users of this building showing up. And the reason, this is obviously since 1984, this language, but currently we have a development that's being proposed locally that has specifically asked to use our parking lot all day. And so we're trying to accommodate them to some respect while maintaining our ability to do what we have to do to clean the lot.
Rob mentioned earlier, there was a number of years that there was a recreational gym physical treatment activity directly across the road. I can tell you that there was many mornings I came for a meeting and saw people getting out of vehicles with their gym bag and walking across Boardman Avenue to that facility. Mm-hmm. You know, we know we do not have adequate parking. You know, Ross Childs used to always tell me we always had 2.3 extra spaces, but I never quite understood that. You know, and one of the problems is when we look at the parking, we talk about how many county employees we have. Well, not all of the county employees are necessarily housed at this campus, but that doesn't mean they don't have to come back and forth to this campus to conduct the business of the county. I have a number of problems with this whole concept. I don't have the answer. There's no question. Back a number of years ago, while we were doing some work on this campus, we had parking permits for county employees in the parking garage, in the the Hardy parking garage. You know, maybe we go back and look at some of those options again to increase possibilities of having additional parking. But my biggest problem when I read this thing was the first thing about no parking allowed between 12 a.m. and 7 a.m. You know, whether it's at night or whether it's not, you know, yeah, I understand that between maybe November and April, you know, or during a 6-month period somewhere one side or the other of that, we have to plow snow here, but it's not necessarily every day. And it's not, you know, I park in parking lots, or I go to parking lots all the time where the snow removal equipment have driven around to park a car and haven't cleaned up like they would like to. But the fact is, it's foolish to have a parking lot of this size and tell people they can't use it 50% of the time.
To be clear, the language that you're referring to has been in existence since 1984.
Well, it's not been enforced, though.
Correct.
My problem is if we're talking about this thing and how we're going to enforce it, then we need to address that. I'm not saying it's new language, because I'm sure it's been there. But the fact is, we have to acknowledge that we are now being asked to pass parking regulations to enable enforcement that restricts parking in this lot 50% of the time, and that's not fair.
Does the county have sole responsible for making the decision, or does the city have to come and agree with that also?
The city, we have an agreement with the city parking as it is. The city is 26% owner of the property, and we have a building commission that regulates, has this discussion. So the overall authority lies within that
So we
commission.
can't come up with one policy, and the city have a different
Correct.
policy.
We run the
obviously.
parking lot.
So whatever it is, both parties are going to have to agree to it.
No.
Well,
No?
We run.
the city has permitted their employees already, and they're waiting for us to take action on our ordinance so they can enforce it.
And I guess I don't have a problem with the permitting of county employees and using that while we're here conducting the business of the county. My big problem is this restriction of using the lot when we're not here conducting county business.
And understand that there are concerns surrounding proposed developments in the 8th Street corridor that could significantly impede our ability to maintain our lot before business hours. That's just one concern.
Sonny, is your concern about weekends or middle of the night?
You know, I guess probably weekends more than in the middle of the night, but I also, you know, the way the thing is written, you know, it doesn't address weekends at all.
Yeah.
So I
Well, it's all
wasn't sure how
inclusive.
that.
So if we just add the word weekdays in there.
You know, when I was looking at it, I was thinking about, okay, you know, if we look at city parking ordinances, they go, you know, if you park after such and such, 10 o'clock at night or whatever it is, Monday through Saturday, then you have to pay the parking meter. If it's after that time, then you don't. You know, on Sunday, you don't, you know. Is that the way we're going to handle this?
Commissioner?
In the first paragraph there, the proposed there, no more vehicles shall park between midnight and 7 a.m. except permitted vehicles. Why, I guess, is that in there besides the fact of seasonal snow plowing? But I'm just wondering if we can reword that from, if it's all about the snow plowing, November 1st to March 31st or something like that. I mean, I guess, is there more reason why somebody can't park there between midnight and 7 a.m.?
No.
It's a seasonal.
You know, I could take out that whole first section, and I'm probably okay. You know, although it does talk about, you know, parking in the alley behind the correctional facility by the prosecutor's office and those kind of things, but.
Well, I have no problem amending this or changing this to from November 1st to March 31st from midnight to 7, because I know what it's like to plow around a bunch of vehicles and everything, and, you know, it's, especially a parking lot designed like this, somebody backing up with a loader or whatever, it's pretty easy to not see a vehicle sometimes at 3 a.m. when it's snowing hard.
Crunch.
So, although I've never hit one, to be honest with you.
To the point about meetings and people, the public being able to attend the meetings. I mean, I'm wrestling with and entertaining the idea of having some kind of voucher, some get out of jail free card kind of thing. If it was as people came in the door here to the meeting, they got their voucher here, they didn't have to go somewhere else to the county clerk or something. And in addition, that what I wouldn't want to happen is they get the voucher, then they go back to their car, there's a ticket on the thing, then they got to put the voucher in, they got to send it back, and it becomes like this process that is somewhat in doubt until it's resolved. And do they have to go to the you know, like, if they get a voucher and that was the end of the story, I'd be cool with that. I'm just not sure what that procedure would be like. But I do think it has to be available to the public during public meetings, and you know, without the limitation of the specific set number. And then also just reiterating what Brad said, or Commissioner Jewett.
And knowing this was on today's agenda, I did not park in that area. I went and found other parking this morning. So I know it's possible, but I don't want to make it harder on people unnecessarily, but.
It is possible, certainly. And in the middle of winter, if I'm in my 80s and trying to get to this meeting and I have to park 3 blocks away, that's a hardship.
Yep.
It's not okay. I'm looking for a solution here. I appreciate your suggestion about maybe it is some sort of a voucher system. And I worry about what Commissioner Hundley just said. Is it this like loop that you keep going through? You get your voucher inside, but then you come out and you got a ticket and you got to go down to the DDA building and try to resolve that every freaking time. That's not friendly either.
Right.
So how do we resolve? I mean, I would love staff to take a look at this based on the concerns brought up by Commissioner Wheelock, myself, Mr. Jewett. And maybe can you tweak this, addressing these concerns and bring it back to us?
This is the reason we brought it, and if there are concerns, we can redo it, bring it back.
Can we do that without a motion? Just ask
There's a
staff to
motion on
take
the
it.
floor. Would you like to withdraw it or table it?
Okay, fair enough. What'd you say?
Would you
Well, I
like
was just gonna say, if we have a voucher system, you know, as long as we have some kind of identification number on there, whether it's for today's meeting, it's 900 through 960 where vouchers were given out. As long as the PDA knows what numbers they are, if somebody calls in with a ticket, then it.
Well, I'm assuming they will just put the stub
envelope and
in
send
their
it.
envelope and drop it in the
Or that
parking meter
too.
mailbox, which is out in front of the.
Yeah, there's a mailbox out front.
But anyway.
My
So-
tendency would to not create the work. My
Right.
tendency would be, don't enforce.
And
during
that was kind of where I was going,
that-
but
You're creating a lot of work for parking enforcement, now you're creating work for the citizens that are here, is my
can I
tendency.
make a motion to lay on the table until the next meeting and let staff come back with adjustments to this proposal?
I will support that motion to lay this on the table.
Do we know what changes them are? For sure.
Specifically, Commissioner Wheelock and my concerns about the time frame, right?
And then,
And then the parking enforcement for people attending public meetings. Does that feel clear? Sarah's the one who has to try to capture all
I have
this.
noted,
Restrictions for snow.
remove the 12 to 7 during non-winter months and weekends,
Mhm.
and no enforcement 8 to 1 on Wednesdays currently.
Well, I don't think we're restricting it to that. To the chairman's point, there are people coming to public meetings throughout the day. So it's some kind of solution for people who are members of the public coming to public meetings during the workday.
We'll see what
Sorry,
you
Nate.
come up with. We got smart folks in that office.
Can we define them winter hours when you do that, Nate? I mean, like, most people, when they have winter ordinances on streets and stuff, there's start date, end date, you know, but can we just say
November 15th to March
Right.
31st, or?
Okay,
November 1st?
so the motion on the floor is to
November 1st,
lay on the
just 'cause
table.
if winter starts hitting earlier.
Forward your suggestions to the admin office. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. We are at second public comment. Anyone like to address the board at this time? Hi, Dave.
Hi again, Bob, and everybody else. Just a quick things here. It's Dave Petro again. Two things here. One is on your dissolution of a committee. Since somebody voted to do that, the chair, his statement was, well, then they just decided to have not be meeting, and so we'll just ask them to meet again. I think the other way of looking at it is two people voted to dissolve the committee. I would consider that as voting to quit. So we should probably appoint replacements for those two, okay? Because they don't want to, they're already expressing hostility to the committee, and they voted to quit. Anyway, the other option, or other item here that I wanted to touch on was this FOIA request, okay? And Sonny was talking about the Wheelock, and keeping these closed meetings and attorney privileges, free from FOIA, not being FOIA. But Sonny should recall also, it was only just a few years ago when he initiated legal actions against the county board because they were violating the Open Meetings Act. They met at four of the commissioners met at Minerva's. That was reported by the Record Eagle, okay, that was witnessed by that. Now, according to what you're asking here, by keeping this all attorney-client privileges and closed meetings, not subject to FOIA, you're saying that, well, if the commission, the board, violates some law or rule, well, we just put it into a closed meeting, talk to our attorney, and nobody, including the paper that was witness to it, can have any information about it. I don't know if that's where you want to go, okay? Because that's what we're trying to avoid. You want to put sunshine on things, let's not have another, open channel for, hiding everything. So, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Anybody else for second public comment? Hello again, Ann.
Ann Rogers again. I think the lack of transparency is pretty evident in all of the deliberation that goes on here. And with that lack of transparency comes suspicion, and with the suspicion comes a lack of trust. So if you're trying to build trust, I would suggest that you be more transparent on what's going on, even before the meetings. Sometimes things pop up here that haven't even been on the website. So that's one comment. The other one is, while you're appointing ad hoc committees, I'd like to suggest another one. The climate crisis is upon us, and we only have maybe 10 years to really prepare for it. And if we're going to be aware of if we're not aware of the economic impact, if we're not aware of the consequences, we're going to be taken by surprise by a lot of things. So having a committee or a standing committee, whatever you want it, that looks at things like the water, local farms, the economic impact, the social justice impact, people who are knowledgeable about all these things and who can assess the resources, make reasonable decisions that would apply so that we can plan for sustainability. We talk about development, but we don't talk about sustainability. With the economic recession that is going to happen, it's been predicted, and it's even more so. People are looking at it, even Wall Street's looking at it. So that's going to happen. But if you're not prepared, you can get caught pretty much like being out in the rain without an umbrella. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Hey, Bruce.
Good morning. Bruce Moore, 3363 Summerleaf Drive in East Bay Township. I'm in Commissioner LaPointe's district. The vote today to refer this back to the Ad hoc Committee on Ethics should have occurred at the September 18th meeting. The amount of time that has been spent on this is getting kind of ridiculous. This should be something that's very easy to do. Easy things should be easy. I am glad that you finally referred it back to the committee to add the sections on investigation, enforcement, and disclosure. That's wonderful, and I look forward to a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
It is, isn't it? Kelly McIntosh, 315 Laurie Will Lane, East Bay Township. First of all, I have to correct Commissioner Kofia on a statement that she made. She said, "We have the trust of the community." I would like to say that you do not universally have the trust of the community, and that you need to really start working on getting it back. This ethics thing, I was at the final meeting, and I can't say that I was surprised at how it ended, but I was rather disgusted. And then when she wanted more information to be given to the community before this meeting, the comment was made, well, it's on the website. I would like to draw a little comparison for you so that you understand people like me who have never worked in government and the difficulty we have keeping up on things in our efforts to try to share this with the community. Let's say you weren't feeling good, you went to the ER, you were told that you had either the beginning of kidney failure or your blood sugars were too high, and you were going to be needing to be put on medication. You were diabetic now. Your doctor was going to, the ER doc was going to give you some scripts and then tell you to follow up with your doctor. So I go in with your discharge papers and your scripts, and you say to me, is there anything I need to be concerned about with this? Are there side effects from these drugs? I could say, you could read the package insert. Even if you had some medical and pharmaceutical knowledge and a magnifying glass and maybe an hour, you could probably find the information that you needed. But being a considerate professional, I would take a few minutes and provide to you the information that you were asking. Now, if a commissioner wants specifically to have certain information put into a packet that someone like me, who has trouble finding your agenda, let alone reading through everything, can work with, I would really appreciate that. I'm not totally stupid when it comes to computers. I used to be able to print out a rhythm strip for a cardiac patient without any problem. But for us to keep track of everything that's going on when we're expected to park down the street, look through pages and pages, I don't even know how the information she wanted in there, how it would have been filed on your site. Would you please, I guess I can't assume you're doing this intentionally to make it more difficult for us, but it's hard not to feel that way. Would you please try to provide for the people in the public who are interested in knowing what's going on?
Thanks, Kelly.
What they need.
Okay, anybody else for public comment?
Christina Riddle, 116 Matheson Road in the 1st District, Peninsula Township. I am simply seconding the idea of addressing weather and climate and issues related to that. We are expected and are under a warning today, right now, with 15-foot waves because our water level is already so high, it cannot contain the water in the bay. And so it is slamming into all kinds of low-lying areas around here. And I don't think we think it's much about it. Not too worried about it. But I think it is an issue that really does deserve attention. And that's why I'm bringing it up.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, anybody else? Seeing none, move on our agenda. We are past time, so we're not taking up any new business. But is there any urgent commissioner reports or notifications we need to know for staff? Okay, then we will adjourn. Thank you very much.